Whoa! Well, this is something. Folks, we are here with Fate Grand Order. Something I'm addicted to and can't stop. Just like Destiny. But you know. Anyway, the time is here. It's time to start Lostbelt 6. Oh, hello there. You with the still unknown fate. I trust you can hear me. Or perhaps, hello again, Stargazer, would be more appropriate. Either way, it doesn't really matter. You're here now, and I don't need to be bored out of my skull anymore. So will you hear what I have to say? I suppose it's less what I have to say exactly than it is one of many songs the winds carried to me. I shall speak now of a future, of the end of the Isle of Mystics, which came to be known as Fairyland. Let the innocent return. Here stands the Queen's unknowable castle. It falls like rain, like ash. It vanishes, like snow, like lies. Our desires languish, deferred. Even now we dance in the palm of the Queen's hand. We require now only a little more patience. After 2,000 years, the dawn shall bring the child who will be our salvation. She shall be the child who saves the world, who binds both peoples together. Even if her light begins as but an ember, even should no one see it, she will become as a flame to draw moths. A city of iron, a sea of soot, when the calamity recedes, her pilgrimage begins. Chosen by the staff of selection, the savior, guarded by travelers from afar, shall reach the throne. The true king shall arrive at the throne. Accept now this bloodied crown. Ring, ring, like raging thunder. Like weeping flame, let us hearken to the 6 bells ringing. Blaze the path of the true king. Ere the red calamity catches us, ere the black calamity devours us. Indolent and derelict through we may be, we are the scions of the free fae. Never have we wished for anything, but still we desire a shining future. So, what'd you think? It takes a sweet time making this point, but you get it, yes? That's just how it is with prophecies. They don't make sense when you first hear them, but once events unfold, you see exactly what they mean. In that sense, they're a lot like a curse that fixes itself onto your back before you knew it was there. Well, looks like the scary lady found me. This is all I can do for now. The next time I see you will probably be after everything else is said and done. It's a shame I won't be able to help you fight, but I'm hugely relieved I won't have to fear for my life. Alright then, I'll be waiting for you in the confined land. Until next time. Bye, sexy floof man. I mean, what? What's that? A dream? Oh god! Testing. Good morning, everyone. This is Sion. The time is now 7 a.m. I'm very sorry to disturb you all during your precious quiet early morning hours. But I have an urgent message to relay to all of Novum Chaldea staff. There has been a change in the 6th Lostbelt. The emergency situation we predicted is now in progress. Please remain calm and come to the command room as soon as you're able. Oh crap! Come on, Foo! He just turned and left. What's his problem? He detected Merlin, didn't he? Oh, I'm in the way of the dialogue. I didn't even notice. Oops. Actually, should I just hide myself during this? That might be a good idea. Match Crelate, reporting for duty. What's going on here, Master? I don't know, I just fucking got here. Don't bother asking Sid Gorgon, Crelate. He and I both just got here ourselves, so we know as little as you. I don't even see my technical advisor or the captain anywhere. The only other ones here are that unflappable alchemist and... Good morning, my distinguished colleagues. I see by your healthy complexions that you all slept marvelously last night. Wonderful. I'd say this fulfills the first condition, wouldn't you, Miss Sion? Yes, I think so. It is very lucky that you're all in such good health right now. Let us see. We have Sid Gorgon and Mesh the demi-servant, the field op team. Minier, the pilot. Tomlin and Kawada, the operators. Octavia, Da Vinci's assistant. Chin, the vehicle mechanic. Payen, the munitions and design engineer. Elrond, the record keeper. Marcus, the Spiritron engineer. And Gordolf, who was just enjoying a heaping plate of pancakes with a rather generous drizzling of honey. I see not one of you is so much as batting an eye at this dire situation. Truly, you're all seasoned veterans. This will make it so much easier to tell you what is going on. Oh, I really don't like where this is going, but come on, let's hear it. What is going on already? Does it have something to do with that searing red light flashing more godly than I've ever seen it flash before? Is there a fire in the kitchen now or something? Oh no, nothing like that. This is only a tiny planetary crisis that will eradicate us all in about 24 hours if we don't stop it. Eradication? Well, that's a much bigger deal than I was expecting. Wait, what did you say, you Egyptian sockware? It seems very rude to me to people down to their nationality, appearance, and or choice of apparel. I agree with that, but please, let's not get sidetracked right now. Director Gordolf, Master, and all the other staff members are still grappling with this news. What exactly do you mean by planetary crisis? I'm sorry, you're right. We do not have a lot of time to spare, so I will be as forthright as I can. As you know, it has been about 3 weeks since the shocking operation to eliminate Limbo. In that time, Novum Chaldea has been tuning up the storm border and devising plans of attack for the remaining 6th and 7th Lostbelts. That said, as I have told you all before, I saw no need to infiltrate Britain, the site of the 6th Lostbelt. So I've been focusing my efforts on the 7th Lostbelt, where the foreign god is hiding out. Yes, I remember. You said we could leave the 6th Lostbelt to its own devices because... Go on, said Gorgon. Tell her. Because Britain doesn't have a Tree of Emptiness anymore. Indeed, the Tree of Emptiness that helped establish the British Lostbelt was used to burn down the Tree of Emptiness in Olympus. As further proof, we have not observed any magical energy readings associated with the Trees of Emptiness coming from Britain since then. As such, the British Lostbelt should disappear on its own, much like the Chinese one did. Or so we thought. Right, the British Lostbelt may still be shrouded in a wall of lay, but it's no longer a threat to humanity. At least, that was our understanding. Is that not the case? No, it is. We were still keeping it under observation, but we did not consider it a threat. Not until this very moment, anyway. This is the Paper Moon's planetary observation grid, and these are Sheba's predictions. Blech. According to this, the British Lostbelt will vanish in about 24 hours, and when it does, it will also engulf the rest of the planet like an enormous tsunami. Earth will then crumble under the weight of its own gravity, utterly annihilating the planet. We are not talking about one of the foreign god's pseudo-black holes. This would well and truly be the end of Earth. This will overwrite humanity's current bad ending, the bleached Earth phenomenon, with a completely dead end. But why is this happening? That we don't know. But now that we know what will happen if we're left unchecked, we can ill afford to simply sit back and twiddle our thumbs. Da Vinci and Captain Nemo are on the storm border as we speak, getting it ready to launch. Up till now, we have been using the shadow border to infiltrate the Lostbelts via void space. But this sudden development has left us without the time we need to prepare. Fortunately, we now have the storm border, which is capable of directly breaching the walls surrounding the Lostbelt. As a battleship, the storm border is essentially our frontline base. While still be conducting on-site investigations in the Shadow Border. Having a base where we can always resupply will be a tremendous asset. Furthermore, that word categorizes this phenomenon as a collapse. But one could also call it a trap, or perhaps a pitfall. A pitfall? Then do you think Britain is going to cave in on itself, or sink underwater? I'm afraid I can offer no definitive answer until we get there. Regardless, I suspect not even the foreign god herself foresaw this turn of events. It's all well and good that Britain will disappear. Indeed, it's only to be expected now that its Tree of Emptiness is effectively dead. But if that disappearance is going to engulf the entire planet, then it is a matter we must investigate and ultimately resolve. After all, there would be no feasible way to restore Earth to its pre-bleached state if there is no Earth left to restore. Okay, I'm with you there, but what the hell do we do in only 24 hours? A lot, as a matter of fact. You see, that 24-hour period is in our time frame. But according to Shiva, time moves very differently within the Lostbelt. Once inside the British Lostbelt, our time constraint will cease to be a concern. So as long as you can resolve this phenomenon while you are there, we should all be set. That said, time is still definitely not on our side, which is why we are going to have all Chaldea's staff aboard the Storm Border and head for Britain as soon as we finish our final safety check. Then, once you arrive at its wall of light, you will use the Storm Border's dimension-piercing drill to breach it, and make your way into Britain, the 6th Lostbelt. That is all I have to say, and as luck would have it, the Shadow Border has just arrived at the dock. I know this mission is being sprung on you very suddenly, but Da Vinci will fill you in on the details aboard the Storm Border. Be careful out there, everyone. I cannot wait to hear what sort of fun hijinks you get up to this time. Huh? You mean you're not coming, Sion? Sorry, you were right. I did say the entire staff. My bad, I did not phrase that as intended. I felt it would be much too presumptuous to count a newcomer like myself as a member of Chaldea's staff. Please do not worry about me. I'm just going to stay here and continue to monitor the 7th Lostbelt. Do your best out there, Gorgon. I promise I will do the same here. That said, if you all should blow this one, both I and this base will cease to exist in about 24 hours. So I'm counting on you more than ever. I am not at all worried. I know you will succeed. Yeah, we will. Count on it. Attention all crew members. I repeat, attention all crew members. We've arrived at the waters near the British Lostbelt 2 hours after departing the Wandering Sea, just as we expected. We're currently 200 kilometers north of the Isle of Britain. The Wall of Light looks to be a dimensional rift, just like the World's End from the Sixth Singularity. Thanks to Da Vinci and Professor's analysis, we've learned that the rift is its thinnest on the southern side. So that is where we'll be heading, and where we begin the dimensional boring as soon as we arrive. We expect to begin the operation in 45 minutes. All hands remain at your posts until further notice. There you have it. We're going to begin the operation as soon as possible without any breaks. The Storm Border is a big ship, after all, so it can't just slip into void space like the Shadow Border. But what it can do is use its massive propulsive force and magical energy barriers to withstand the dimensional friction that separates different worlds. Basically, it's a giant drill. What we're going to do is fire the Storm Border through that wall of light like a bullet. The entry impact will be just as strong as it is for zero sails, so make sure you're all in a calm state of mind. If you're confused, distraught, or terrified, then your soul might not be able to keep up with your body. Yes, I'm well aware. You mean that weird sensation where it feels like your chest and head are being stretched out like taffy, right? No need to worry about us, Captain. This isn't our first rodeo. More importantly, we do have a firm plan of action in place, yes? Because I don't even want to think about entering a Lostbelt without a strategy or goal. Of course we do. Don't worry, Gory. We know exactly what it is we have to do. After all, we were always planning on going after the British Lostbelt at some point. Really? You were? But I thought the British Lostbelt was no longer a threat, at least up until today. Right, you are, but nonetheless, we were indeed making plans to explore it well before now. While we only have a few bits and pieces of information to work with at the moment, we do know that Beryl Gut remains at the British Lostbelt, and that his king was able to launch an attack on Olympus' Tree of Emptiness. What's more, this king was even able to burn the very Tree of Emptiness required to sustain their Lostbelt. While it's still unclear whether Beryl tricked them into doing so, or if they acted with informed consent, what matters is that they possess enough power to burn a Tree of Emptiness single-handedly. And then there's... Rongyumiad, right? Yep, a hugely powerful spell akin to Divine Punishment that was able to reach Olympus all the way from Britain. A mystic that surpassed even Kirstaria's ideal magecraft. That was Rongyumiad, alright. It's a spell devised not by human hands, but by the inner sea of the planet itself. It would be a powerful weapon against the foreign god, which means it's something we desperately need. The planet's inner sea? What is that? Oh, that? It's basically a paradise of legend. Every mythology's got some kind of promised eternal Holy Land, right? Utopia, the Garden of Eden, the land of the young Tyr, and so on. Well, Britain's is called Avalon. It's supposed to be an otherworldly paradise that can't be reached by ordinary means. It's also said to lie inside the planet, and that it's where the souls of stars go to sleep. Pretty much every clock tower mage has heard about it. I know I called it a legend, but that's not how the people who can actually see it think of it. There are some people out there who really might be able to get to the planet's inner sea. Hell, the clock tower's even got a department for exploring it. That said, we're talking about a place that's completely outside human comprehension. Once you get mixed up with something like that, you're practically already lost to a world outside our own. What are you saying, Paza? Are you talking about the underground workshop? They're just an ordinary archaeological team with a fancy name. Really, how could anyone take them seriously after they proudly proclaim they found Earth's belly button underneath the clock tower? I may be something of a magecraft elitist, but even I would be too embarrassed to say something like that with a straight face. If we're quite done with our digression about the Mages Association and the clock tower's inner politics, let's return to the subject at hand, shall we? Now that we know the king of the British Lostbelt controls Rongyumiad, we need to investigate it and learn how it works. Indeed, it is the very reason why we're already making plans to explore the British Lostbelt. While the circumstances have forced us to act sooner than we had hoped, we were always going to pay them a visit eventually. So then, Master's mission this time isn't just to investigate the Lostbelt. Ooh. Need water, this is a lot of reading. While we do, of course, also need to prevent the collapse Trismegistus warned us about, securing Romeo is our top priority. As such, our ultimate goal for this Lostbelt is to negotiate with his king for it. You mean you want to cut a deal with this Lostbelt's king? Someone capable of essentially firing intercontinental ballistic missiles at will? Yep, honestly I think it's pretty reckless, even for us. I'd love to get my hands on Romeo too. But between the Stormboard, the Heroic Spirit System, and the Black Barrel, I think we should be able to neutralize the so-called a planet-level threat like the foreign god if the circumstances call for it. Sion was adamant that we need a divine construct, though, so here we are. Well, Miss Sion is an Atlas alchemist. I have no doubt she has something unique in mind. And let's not forget, we wouldn't have the Nautilus or the Stormboarder if it weren't for her. So I, for one, am perfectly willing to go along with this plan of hers. Especially if it leads us to acquiring Rongyumiad or something equivalent. Oh, don't you think you're being just a little overly optimistic here, Holmes? This could be the biggest burden we've asked Gorgon to bear so far, you know. This mission does seem a little different than the others. You have to continue this conversation later. We've almost reached the drilling point. All hands return to your posts. Brace for space-time crossing impact. Oh, right. Sorry, Captain. Ah, crap, the wall's right in front of us. Sorry for not paying closer attention, Captain. Alright, I understand. I still don't like it, but at least I get the point of this mission now. Remember, Gorgon, this won't be like any of the other Lostbelts we've faced so far. Negotiation requires a careful, thoughtful approach, so try to keep your reckless risk-taking to no more than 30% of your usual antics. What do you mean? Good grief, it seems Gordolf beat me to the punch. What do you mean? As important as this mission may be, it should be within our ability to acquire this weapon. Fortunately, we have both knowledge and time on our side. Regardless of what sort of person we may be dealing with, as long as we take things one step at a time, we're sure to arrive at the truth eventually. Strapped in, ready. Let's go! Good, Professor, start the final safety check. Stormboard, initiate zero coding. Triton engines 1, 2, and 3 are all green. Space and time difference corrections between Stormboard and drilling target have been calculated. Da Vinci will protect the ship's armor from the computer room, while the Nemo series focus on maintaining our route. The computer room just gave us all clear, Captain. We're looking at a 99.9% chance of success. Mention piercing battleship Stormboard. Move out. Prepare to enter the 6th Lostbelt. Aw, shit. Let's go. Alright, starting off peaceful. The fairies cherish freedom. The fairies guard their love. In recompense, the children lost their world. Man, I already can't talk. This is not good. Though it is destroyed over and over again, your Britain will ever prosper. Spring's surprise, summer's quarrel, autumn's joy, and winter's battle. Death piled upon death to stand eternal. Be wary and never forget, no matter how sturdy the walls, the castle's foundation never changes. As the world took new form, the roots aged, and now unseen and unfelt. The gnawing of the tiniest of insects shall bring all to ruin. Huh? Was I just sleeping? Man, I really need to relocate somewhere, huh? Can I get away with being over here? In the corner? Maybe. We'll try it. Anyway, yes, you were, and I think I lost consciousness for a moment too. What about all you? Same here, it was kind of a dizzy feeling, I guess? Oof, and my head's still kind of spacey too. I remember the captain declaring we'd broken through the wall of light, then nothing. On a different note, why is it so dark in here now? Captain? I'm here, thanks. But it's kind of hard to talk right now. You too, Captain Nemo? Then it seems I'm not the only one feeling under the weather at the moment. That's terrible, but why did this happen? Allow me to explain. Da Vinci, you're okay? Of course, as you can see, I'm the same chipper Da Vinci as always. It's all because I was synced up to the border in the computer room. While you were all out cold, I took care of things inside the ship and finished analyzing the outside atmosphere. So, where should I begin? Probably with why you and Nemo aren't feeling like yourselves, huh? No, that's alright. The fact that you and Miss Creole are fine tells me everything I need to know. Think back to the Chinese Lostbelt. The moment we entered Britain, both Nemo and myself fell deeply under the weather. That must mean no heroic spirit can function here, or rather, no heroic spirit extracted from human history. And that in turn tells us that human history simply does not exist here, am I correct? I kinda do still... I should have known you'd figure it out fast. Where can I move myself? There, I can sit on top of the text box or something. This looks dumb. Anyway. I just checked the spirit origin graph I transferred to the border and it was completely shut down. There's not even a fragment of the base needed for heroic spirits from proper human history to exist here. The Chinese Lostbelt's history had no need for heroic spirits, but I'm guessing heroic spirits simply don't exist in this Lostbelt's history. That's why heroic spirits from proper human history like you guys can't set foot on the Isle of Britain. You're basically being attacked by the entire world since you never existed here in the first place. So there's essentially not enough of a foundation for heroic spirits to operate here? Take, say, Robin Hood, for example. He should be able to exist in any Lostbelt, right? He's so vaguely defined that it should only take a single skilled archer existing at some point in history, regardless of what their name might have been, for him to qualify. But now you're saying that not even conditions as vague as those don't exist here in the British Lostbelt? You got it. That was a great example, Gordy. Well, you know, I have reached a point in my tenure as director where I've actually begun to enjoy reading the reports. I dare say I know even more about Lostbelts than Gorgon does now, at least on a purely intellectual level. Yeah, probably. I don't research shit, dude. I'm just like waifus go brr. They destroy all the enemies. It's cool. and some of the husband does. At any rate, I see now. So this history never contains so much as a single skilled archer, eh? How the hell does that work? These Lostbelts have still been around for over 2,019 years, yes? So how could they have that much history and not a single historically significant figure? They couldn't. Lostbelt or not, any path human history takes must fit within certain definitions. Any manner of human civilization must inevitably pass through a template of particular technological milestones. It's simply not possible for an animal species to propagate itself for over 10,000 years without its culture and average quality of life meeting certain criteria. And naturally, over the course of that history, people will always branch out into various different occupations. Though their names may differ, there will inevitably be famed sword fighters, archers, spearfighters, artisans, soldiers, kings, and detectives. The lack of any such figures even existing here must mean... Could that mean there are no humans here? An excellent insight, Mr. Gorgon. Indeed, that would be the simplest explanation. But there are still other possibilities left to explore. I'll have to do so later. Hang on, then why are the technical advisor and Creolite still seemingly unaffected? In my case, it's probably because I'm a demi-servant. I do have Galahad's spirit origin, but I'm not actually him, so... Yep, pretty much. As for me, I'm technically a homunculus of Leonardo da Vinci, not the original, so that would explain why I'm not affected. That said, I'm even more of a Leonardo genius than the original, so this might actually work out great. And the only servants who will be of any help in this Lostbelt are you and Mash. Seriously? You mean we can't even summon new ones on sight? Since this place rejects any heroic spirits from human history, it seems real unlikely we'll be able to bolster our forces that way. If we want to increase our numbers, our only choice is to ask the people of this Lostbelt for help. But never mind that now. Can you tell us what happened over these last 30 minutes, Da Vinci? Sure, right after the Stormboarder punched through the wall of light, the whole system went kaput. Every electronic device we had on board shut down, causing the Stormboarder to crash. Luckily, Nemo Engineer was able to use the last of her strength to get one Triton engine back up and running. That in turn left the Stormboarder break away from the island's airspace and make an emergency landing in the oceans to its southwest. That's where we are now. The generator's still out of commission, so we're running on auxiliary power. Not the most auspicious start to this mission, huh? Yeah, the situation definitely isn't great, but hey, it's not like we haven't been in tight spots before. In fact, I'd say the fact that we weren't attacked right off the bat and are able to have a leisurely chat like this makes us at least a little lucky. Oh, so we haven't been attacked? Does this mean the king of this Lostbelt still has yet to notice us? I can't say anything for sure yet, but I think so. Especially since we still haven't set foot on the isle yet. The closer we get to it, the more things on the storm border stop working. But the good news is they're only stopped, not broken. I'm guessing here, but if the storm border gets far enough away from the isle, I think everything will start working again. I can't believe it can't even get close to the mysterious island, so to speak, even with the Nautilus at its base. Still, as much as this situation is making me feel like a failure, I can at least confirm that the storm border is definitely intact. So if everything starts working again once we put some distance between ourselves and the isle, then we'll know we have a secure escape route out of the Lostbelt. Now we just have to figure out what comes next. Does the shadow border still work, Da Vinci? Unfortunately, no. We can still use it as a ship to get to shore, but I'm sure it'd stop working if it made land. So we can't use the shadow border either? Damn. Now, what about comms then? Will those still work on land? Again, I can't say for sure until we try, but given how everything else is behaving, I wouldn't get your hopes up. In the worst case, we may have to rely on more primitive means of communication. How are you with carrier pigeons, Holmes? The most interaction I've had with carrier pigeons was when I once unraveled a trick that relied on them. Of course, I can still just use them just fine. Gotcha. Guess that makes me the expert then. Don't worry, I'll handle the written correspondence side of things. Oh, one more thing. I need to tell you all how much time we have to work with. In its current state, we can keep the storm border powered for about 30 days. If we really stretch ourselves thin, we can make it last for 50 days before the auxiliary power runs out. So that's our time limit. Once the mission's complete, we'll move the storm border away from Britain and restart its engines. As soon as the Triton engines are back online and generating a stable supply of magical energy, we'll break back through the wall of light and leave the British Lostbelt. And that about sums it up. Sound good to you, Director Gordolf? Right then, if the storm border can't get near land, then we only have our one course of action available. Creolite will accompany Gorgon as his bodyguard while he infiltrates the Isle of Britain. Once there, the two of them will carefully investigate the area and find the cause of the future collapse observed at Chalia. If circumstances allow, they will also make contact with his Lostbelt's king and acquire Roman we had. During this operation, we expect that communication with the storm border will be limited at best. And therefore, I'm empowering the two of them to make their own calls in the field, with the expectation that they will return safe, sound, and successfully within 45 days. Huh? You're just sending Gorgon and Match? There's no way they could pull this off alone. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence. At least send me or Chin along with them. Not that I'm eager to get myself killed out there, because I'm definitely not, but come on! Don't be daft, you fool. You're going along would mean Creolite needs to worry about keeping two people safe instead of only one. She may be an excellent servant, but she's still only one person. So if we only have one servant to work with, I'm going to make damn sure she supports Gorgon to the best of her ability. You got a point. Uncle Goff. Don't call me uncle! I'm still in my 20s, damn it! I mean, had to go with the goofy. Is that clear, you two? Go on then, repeat your mission's objectives back to me. Yes, sir, my job is to assist Master as he investigates this Lostbelt in whatever way I can. Don't worry, Master and I will give it everything we've got. Very good, then let's get this mission underway. We only have 45 days to work with, after all. Britain is a big place. If I were you, I'd start by making my way for Oxford, then... What are you doing there, technical advisor? Is there a reason you're packing various items into a rucksack? You need to ask? I'm going with them, obviously. Didn't I say I would handle the written correspondence? So keep an eye on my familiar, because that's how I'll be sending you letters from the field. What? Say what? Now I'm just floating. Lit. Hydration reminder, by the way, chat. Crushed it. Anyway. In this quest, you will form your party immediately before the battle begins. Would you like to start the quest? Sure. Let's go for it, dude. I'll admit that does make sense. Yeah, alright. You have my permission to go with them, technical advisor. I'll just move over here. Okay, I can at least take you to the shore. Take care of them for us, Da Vinci. We got Da Vinci with us. And here we are, the Isle of Britain at last. Whoa, it's so foggy out here, and it's so warm, too. Alright, settle down. You've already taken out 5 Lostbelts, so another strange land shouldn't be anything new to you. Well, it is, as a matter of fact. Since this is my first time out on an adventure like this, you can't blame me for getting excited. Now go on, Captain. Head back to the storm border already. You're having a hard enough time as it is out here, right? It's our job to investigate this area, so you can just sit around and grit your teeth until it's your turn. Fine, I guess I don't have to worry if you're in such good spirits anyway. Gorgon, Mash, don't forget to take care of Da Vinci while you're out there on your mission. It wasn't much, but I got a brief glimpse of the place back in the command room, right before we lost consciousness. Everything east of the shore is shrouded in fog, but I did make out what looked like a city approximately 200 kilometers from here. Assuming nothing gets in your way, you 3 should be able to get there in about 2 or 3 days, so that's where I'd start if I were you. I hate to ask you to trudge through this fog, but I don't see any way of going around it, even if we had the time to spare. Don't worry, we'll be careful. We know what we're doing by now. I guess that's true, isn't it? Okay, Gorgon, Mash, Da Vinci, good luck out there. I can't wait to hear back from you with good news. I finished checking our equipment, Master. Our survival kits are all set, and we have 90 days worth of rations. A little overkill, but alright. I like it. Great, you 2 can keep the food for yourselves. I don't get hungry as long as I have enough mana. Say, where's Fu? I don't see him with either of you. Well, Fu actually never got on the storm border with us this time, so... I don't know why, but he basically bolted and hid from us. Aw, really? That's too bad. He was always there on your journey to restore humanity, right? Man, I was looking forward to having the same experiences as my grown-up self, too. Maybe Fu just doesn't like Britain or something? Oh well, nothing we can do about that now. Besides, I'm sure we'll have other chances to travel together. Absolutely! I'd love to go on an adventure with you, Holmes, Director, Gordolf, Sion, Munier, Fu, and Senpai all together. Sure, that'll happen. Alright then, let's get going. You said it. Next stop, a city about 200 kilometers to the east. Buckle up, guys, because we've got a long road ahead of us. Indeed we do. I can sense it as well. What? Hi, Tristan. Huh? I can't believe it. Of all the luck. My first adventure ever, and I'm already hallucinating. Then you and Master are seeing this too, Da Vinci? I thought I was so on edge that my eyes were playing tricks on me. That's definitely Tristan, alright. Why are you all acting like this is so strange for me to be here? This is making me very sad. I mean, I will admit that this certainly wasn't the most dramatic summoning. If anything, it felt as casual and automatic as a weathercock turning in response to the wind. Oh, I'm sorry, everyone. I have a report to make. My round shield is pulsing with the same warmth it typically has after conducting a summoning. Now that I think about it, there was a familiar light surrounding Mash not too long ago. Whoa, really? So I'm not hallucinating after all? Oh wow, you're right. His spirit origin is solid. Then it really is Sir Tristan. But how? I thought this place rejected all heroic spirits from proper human history. I see. It sounds as though you're not upset with me, but rather that my summoning itself came as a surprise. Well, I can assure you all I didn't answer the summon of my own volition. One moment I wasn't here, the next I was. Of course I am a heroic spirit on humanity's side, and know about you and Chaldia. But aside from that, I have no clue as to what's going on either. Can someone please explain it to me? We can't summon shit! The fact that you're here is mind-boggling. Yeah, that's basically what I said. Now I see, so this is a Lostbelt, a hypothetical version of Britain that could normally never exist. I don't know why this Lostbelt allowed me to be here any more than you do, but I suspect it has something to do with this being the Cornwall shore. I do have close ties to this land after all. And while its history may be different, the land itself is still the same, I think. Oh, that's right. I forgot that Sir Tristan is said to have been born in Cornwall in southwest Britain. That must be why we were able to summon you, or maybe the land itself needed your aid? It could also be that Gorgon was nervous about exploring a mysterious new land, so he ended up summoning Sir Tristan here unconsciously. Either way, having him here with us should be a big help, and it bodes well for the future, too. Even if this Lostbelt is devoid of human heroes, we now know that it's still possible to summon heroic spirits from proper human history with strong ties to a given area. Maybe we'll also be able to summon Sir Gawain of Orkney, or even Camelot's own King Arthur. You wish to summon King Arthur here directly? I'm not so sure that's... No, you're right, that would be wonderful. And knowing him, I'm certain he would be willing and able to help you. In the meantime, I will of course be happy to offer whatever meager assistance I can. Any Knight of the Round Table would do the same. Master Gorgon. I know that neither of us meant for the summoning to happen, but rest assured that my bewitched bow is yours to command regardless. From here on, I, Tristan, Child of Sadness, shall be your faithful servant. Let's go! Now then, allow me to lead the way. I know the southwest corner of Britain like the back of my hand. There's a hilly area just past a few mountains not too far from here. With a little luck, we should be able to reach a high road in about 2 hours. Shall we, Master? I knew we could count on you, Sir Tristan. He deserves a smile, damn it. Sir Tristan? I'm very sorry to say this, but I'm pretty sure we're lost. We are not lost. Now, I don't blame you for feeling like we are, since you all rely on your eyes so much. Oh my god, he actually opened his eyes. Hold up. But I can assure you we are indeed making progress. In fact, we've covered no less than 4 kilometers by now. The only downside is we somehow haven't been able to escape the shore yet. If Sir Bedivere was here now, he'd happily say, "Don't worry about it, Tristan. You just go to sleep. I'll lead the way from here." Then we are lost! I knew it! Also, I doubt Bedivere would be any happier about this than we are. Yes, I suppose you're right about that. This makes me so sad. If Sir Bedivere would only be straight with me, I would have been happy to play him an encouraging song. Something's definitely not right here, that's for sure. Yes, that's true. Perhaps this fog is to blame. I've been laying down bowstrings wherever we go to ensure we don't get turned around. But at some point, the string trail keeps going cold. And not because someone's been cutting it. It's because I've been letting go of them myself. It's almost like I keep forgetting what I meant to do with it just a minute ago. Master, I'm detecting high-density magical energy signals up ahead. I can't tell you any more than that without analysis from the border, but... Yikes. They're attacking us. Get ready to engage, Gorgon. Be on your guard. Okay. Alright. Said I have to have MASH on here. Damn it. That shouldn't be that bad. Alright, there you are. Let's see, who else? God damn it, bring it back up again. There we go. Caster, Saber, and Berserk. Get Kets. Get Grand Ancestor. Did I break her? Yes, I did. Actually, I don't need that. Should be fine with this team. To battle! Wait, where am I? Ah! I got trapped in the corner! Oh god! Anyway. What in the motherfuck? What did I do again? This burst and decrease critical rate for one enemy. Sure. Wow, get fucked, Nash.
私の宝具見たいのかい？はい。駆け抜けるは前人未到。未完の馬よ、輝ける轍を残せ。人生はとても楽しいビューティフルジャーニー。そこだ。
Okay, so you break one of them, they all break. That's nice, at least. I'll get fucked. Ow. Oh, hello, the Yoted one. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Easy mode. Swell, how about me? I'm doing good. Game's still a little loud. I'm noticing.
Okay. 見ていてね。行くよ。行くよ。
33? Oh, come on, Da Vinci.
Ah, とても楽しかったとも。ねえ、このアングルバッチリ。どう用意したのか。もっと発進準備完了だ。早く早く。どんな嵐であろうとも、どんな未来が待とうとも、これを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさ。ボンビアージョン、また会おう諸君。あれ苦しむがいい。 キラしてる。
どれ
分かったね。任せて。楽しいね。
苦しむが
う
生贄ではない単なる獲物だ。
Did we get them? Oh man, they were way stronger than I was expecting. Were those British ghosts or something? I guess we managed to drive them away since they're gone now, but it really doesn't feel like we actually beat them at all. I have to agree, their sheer vitality was astonishing. I don't think those were ghosts at all. They were so unusual and so steeped in mystics that they almost seemed like... No, never mind that now. For the time being, I must commend you on a job well done, Master. I was concerned when you said you couldn't summon heroic spirits here in Britain. So it's a great relief to see that it's still possible to summon them temporarily for battle. Yeah, I'm glad it worked out too, though it did leave me really tired. Yep, I was watching you and you're definitely using much more magical energy than usual. So we'll need to try and avoid fighting as much as possible since you convert your own vitality into magical energy. Oh no. Mash, is something wrong? The Black Barrel. No, the whole Ortonox. It's not working right anymore. Mash, are you okay, Mash? Da Vinci? Did something happen to them? I can sense them close by. No, wait, they're getting further away. This is not good. It's too easy to get separated in this fog. Let me call out to them. What were their names again? I think they were... Wait, what's my name? Wait, you with the red hair, come back! You with the red hair. What was I doing again? No, wait. Who am I? We've been hit with the roofie fog. Uh-oh, and here I thought I might arrive early. Huh? It's because I took my sweet time. Well, you can't blame me for that. These are my very first guests. It's only right to look your best for guests. Besides, I'd say this boy and his companions made a pretty big mistake, too. I mean, no one in their right mind would ever think to go into the nameless woods without any protection. I guess this just goes to show how brave this Master of Chaldea really is, don't you think, Blanca? Am I really going to trust these outsiders? Yes, I will. I'll trust them with all my soul. Sure, I still had my suspicions up until I saw them in person, but now I can tell. They're the real deal. As crazy as it sounds, they're dead serious about saving the world. Oh yes, I'm definitely glad I waited for them now. That's right, Blanca. It's finally time for me to get serious, too. Seems we've gotten a few local fairies here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a couple too many for me. Fortunately, it looks like they're good-natured sorts. I'm sure they'll rescue the Chaldeans. In the meantime, I think I'll make my way back for now and save our fateful encounter for another time. Good luck, Chaldean lad. I suggest you start by getting familiar with Britain's ambiance. Oh, and one more very important thing. Whatever you do, don't let anyone know you're human. So you want me to wear, like, elf ears or something? Who could that be? I clearly haven't summoned him or anything. Crazy like that. Mash. Mash! That's what happens when you start the Lostbelt late. You get roofied by the fog? The hell? Oh good, you're awake. You don't seem to be injured, and I don't think your life's in any danger. But if you're hurting anywhere, please let me know. I still have a lot to learn, but I can at least perform basic first aid. You're... not Mash. Oh, right, that does sound like it's my name. Yeah, thank goodness. I was having trouble remembering who I am, too. So my name's Mash, huh? I like it. It's short, soft, and unique. And hey, if you know my name, that must mean we are already friends. I knew it! Anyway, good morning, Lysander. Do you know where you are right now? Where am I? Lysander? Yeah, definitely haven't been using this servant for like a year. Huh? Your name is Lysander, right? I mean, that's what's on your name tag. Apparently we all collapsed in the Nameless Woods. Do you know about the Nameless Woods? The fog is so thick in there that as soon as you set foot inside, you can never find your way back. The more lost you get, the more you forget, and eventually you won't even remember your own name or who you are. Basically, it's a forest of no return. One of the most dangerous Fey domains in all of Britain. I wonder what it is we were doing in a place like that. Maybe something really nasty happened to us. You know, like when everyone at your table orders ginger ale, but for some reason you end up getting salt water. It's no use, I can't remember anything. Lysander? What's wrong? Why are you holding your head like that? Oh no, did you hit your head in the woods? Do you have a concussion or a fractured skull? No, it's nothing like that. I suspect it's simply that he doesn't know who he is. And not just himself, I doubt he remembers you, me, or anything else about this place. I certainly can't. The only thing I do remember is that I serve him loyally. Even now, I know I would have no qualms about laying down my life to keep him safe. It's no good, I can't remember! Please don't strain yourself, my lord. I am Iseult... Best in class. No, wait, that's not right. Yes, I remember now. My name is Tristram. I'm sure of it. See, it's written right here in Oldie English in this name tag made from a leaf. Obviously proud. Oh yeah, you're right. I could barely make it out, though. Indeed. We now know that you are Lysander. I am Tristram, and she is Mash. I can say with absolute confidence that we three are trusted companions who wound up stranded together. Oop. Yeah, that must be it. High five, bro! What's oldie English? I like this new Mash. Can we keep her? A lot better than the old Mash. Anyway, so we don't know who we are, and we can't even remember where we came from. But we do know that there is something important we need to do. And we must have entered the Nameless Woods to accomplish it in spite of the risks. I thought we were on a shore, but maybe it was a forest. Correct. The only other things we know are that, even among my colleagues, I am a peerless genius, a master poet, and a peerless archer. I'm sorry I can't tell you anymore. I see. So he doesn't know anything. What about you, Mash? Well, it's pretty much the same for me as it is for you two. It kind of feels like I lost a lot of belongings. At any rate, what I do know is that we all collapsed in the Nameless Woods, then some fairies from this village found us and brought us here. So the next question is, why did they do that? Are they slave traders? I think I've heard that's a big problem these days. Oh man, I don't want to think about it. But if that's what this village is for, then... Hello, are you all awake now? Ah! Oh, I'm sorry if I startled you. I heard voices, so... Anyway, the others said I should come and fetch you all. I mean, it is going to be noon soon, so, you know. Do you know this person, Lysander? No, not at all. I see. Well, I don't sense any hostile intentions from her. She seems to me to be a good-hearted person, or rather... She totally looks like a fairy from, well, a fairy tale, right? Can you still not move? In that case, we can talk later. Oh, but if I go back without you, everyone will scold me for being useless again. Are you talking about the other fairies from this village? Don't worry, you can go back ahead of us. We'll be right here right there as soon as we're done talking. We'll be sure to tell the others that you were the one who fetched us. But then I really was useful this time. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Please come to the town square when you're ready. Everyone else is there. See you there. Well, shall we see what's outside? Yes, I guess we should. I'm still concerned, but it doesn't look like staying in here will help anything. Besides, no matter what they ask us, we can honestly say we don't remember a single thing. So at least we shouldn't be suspected of being from a bad city or supporting the wrong queen or anything like that. Huh? These are the ones that almost died in the woods? God damn, I've never seen humanoids without wings before. I swear, what's the Wind Clan coming to these days? Please don't lump us in with the likes of them. These Fate don't have so much as a hint of wing stumps. And they must be criminals who had their wings torn off as part of their punishment. They probably came here while trying to escape Darlington. Pathetic. Just look at their twiggy little limbs. The only thing those would be good for is firewood. Then maybe we ought to chop them up and make a fire out of them. That'll brighten the night up. Can you get away from me, DeviantArt? Anyway. Hold on, let's hear what they have to say first. That's our rule, after all. You there, what is your clan, your names? Which city do you hail from? What is it you came here to Cornwall to escape? I'm afraid we really can't tell you. The only thing we know is our names. We don't know where we came from, or why we came here, or what our goal was. Nothing. Are you kidding me? You don't even know which city you're from? Haven't even got a goal, huh? God damn, that's awful. It's terrible. It just ain't right. And here I was hoping we'd get a nice ransom out of them. Guess there's only one thing left to do with them now, then. Indeed. Now that things have come to this. Yep, only one thing to do. We'll just have to look after them ourselves. You hear that, everyone? We've got new friends! Yay! Woo! New friends! This calls for a celebration! Here we're all a bunch of nameless, worthless failures without anywhere left to live. Oh, so the island of Mystic Toy... What the fuck was the name of it? Misfit Toys. There we go. The Island of Misfit Toys from Rudolph. We've been strung up, pelted with rocks, and before we knew it, we found ourselves here on the tippy top of the isle. Nobody likes us. We'll all be gone by tomorrow. Even the Queen herself won't come into the nameless woods we call home. So welcome, comrades, to Cornwall, the dead-end village. You guys have had a hard life, right? You've already suffered enough, right? If we're all just a bunch of burnouts anyway, we might as well kick back, relax, and enjoy life here. As long as you guys don't break out into song, I think we'll be good. I don't think I can eat another bite. I can't believe the party they threw here to welcome us is still going on into the night. These fairies are so nice. I was also surprised to see what a good conversationalist you are, Lysander. You seemed a little unsure of yourself at first, but then you started talking to fairies from both the Wind Clan and the Earth Clan without any hesitation. Even though everyone in Fairy Britain knows you're supposed to pick one side, supposed to pick one to side with. Jesus, can't read. Wind and Earth Clans? Huh? You mean you forgot about that too? Really? That's going to be a problem. The Nameless Woods only make you forget yourself. You should still be able to remember the customs you need to know to survive. At least that's what I've heard. What about you, Tristram? Do you remember anything about Fairy Britain, the land of the Fae? I guess you're in the same boat as Lysander, then. Alright, I'll catch you two up. I don't know a great deal about the world, but I've at least been taught the basic... Oh. Alright, everyone, quiet, please. It's time to end today's festivities. I know how you all feel, but there's nothing we can do about nightfall. We'll just have to resume the welcome party tomorrow. Guess it just goes to show how time flies when you're having fun. Alright, everyone, let's head to our homes. Later, Lysander. Later, Mash. Later, Faye of Few Words, Tristram. See that roof over there? That tent's yours. Go ahead and hide out in there until morning. You there, show Lysander and his companions to their dwelling, won't you? Better hurry it up. Knowing her, you'll just get even more injured if you take your time. Yeah, don't get carried away and start taking them down any side paths, got it? If you do that, no one will be able to find you guys once night gets here. Yes, I know. It'll be fine. Thank you for giving me this job. If you'll follow me, everyone, I'll show you back to the tent that's become your territory. Eh? Well, good night. Don't worry, this tent may be a ways away from the town square, but it's still well within the village. I promise you'll be able to relax and sleep without any forest animals coming in. I just realized I never got her name. Okay, I'm sure you're both tired of talking with so many fairies, but I think we should finish our conversation from earlier before we go to sleep. Fairy Britain, as you can probably tell by the name, is the land of the Fae. You do know that much, right? Sure. More or less. Yeah, then next we have the different kind of fairies. It would take hours to go into all the details that differentiate the various kinds of fairies. So for now, we'll just focus on the broader clans. The clans represent the land of the Fae's different races. There's the Wind Clan, the Earth Clan, the Fang Clan, the Wing Clan, the Mirror Clan, and the King Clan. Members of the Wind Clan, like Halobaromia, are humanoid. Fairies that look just like humans, basically. They're all very rational and peaceful, and they have excellent fate markings. Members of the Earth Clan, like Anfum, are solid, stout, and stocky humanoids. They're the hardest working of all the clans, so we need to make their help to make roads and buildings. So, dwarves, basically. Gotcha. Members of the Fang Clan, like Doga, are basically wolves that live as one of the land. They love to fight, and they're very good at it. It's even said that we Fae folk wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the Fang Clan fighting for us. As for the Wing and Mirror clans, well... there aren't many rumors about the Wing clan, so I don't know very much about them. And the Mirror clan used to be the most popular clan in all of Fae Britain, but then, a few years ago, they disappeared along with their entire city. What about the King clan? Do you really want to know, Liz? The King clan is the biggest bunch of good-for-nothings in all the land. The only thing they ever make is trouble. Even though there's only one of them left, she looks down her nose on all the other clans like she's so much better than us. I mean, who goes around bragging to a sweet, innocent country girl about how great her life is in the big city? Then there's those flamboyant clothes she wears and all her servants and her oh-so-cool plan for her future. I wish she'd just die! Note to self, do not mention King Clan around Match ever again. Sorry, that may not have been entirely fair. Please just forget I said anything. The King Clan is kind of a special case. You see, there's really only one of them. But she's also kind of a, well, protective Queen Bee type who welcomes anyone who serves her as a King Clan member in their own right. If you ever have the misfortune of meeting her yourself one day, Lysander, you'll see what I mean. It's obvious to pretty much anyone with eyes. Everything about her, from the way she looks to the way she acts, just screams, yikes! She's a real piece of work. I'd better not even make eye contact or she'll ruin my whole life. On a different subject. Are you okay, Tristram? You've seemed on edge for a while now. That's because I am. No, it wouldn't be a stretch to say I'm afraid. I haven't had a moment's rest ever since we went to the town square. The villagers may have seemed weak, even feeble to the two of you. But while I may lack my memories, I do know that they are to be feared merely by dint of being Fey folk. Even that Fey girl who showed us the way to the square holds some manner of mystic. They may not have said anything about it, but they have power far beyond any human. Just remember, it would be an easy thing for these fairies to slaughter us all if they decide to do so. Ah, how terrifying. Yikes, dude. I guess you must have served in the military at one point, Tristram. I can't even imagine two fairies fighting each other. Maybe I could see it for one of the soldiers who served the queen in her castle. But I was taught that fairies always resolve their differences through peaceful discussion, no matter what they may be. Well, I suppose there might be the occasional eccentric exception to the rule. But there wasn't a single fairy at that square who disliked us. You may be right. I certainly didn't sense any hostility from them. Of course, they're not dangerous at all. They're all so peaceful, it's almost hard to believe. Huh? Forgive us, forgive us. No more prayers, close your eyes. There's not much fun time left. The veil has fallen, extinguish the light. Today is ending. Farewell. This day too will end forever. Forgive us, forgive us, forgive us our sins. It's too late to do anything now, but make sure everything is cleaned up. Looks like it's time for lights out now. Let's pick this back up tomorrow. I hate to do anything to upset them after they've been so welcoming to us. Sounds good to me. I'm pretty sleepy from the food anyway. Let's see, this must be it. Oh wow, it's one of those new glass lamps that are all the rage right now. There must be an Earth Clan fairy or two from Norwich here. I'll have to track them down tomorrow. Anyway, good night, Lysander. Good night, Tristram. You know, I was kind of worried when I first woke up, but I'm so glad you two turned out to be good people. Same here. Good morning, everyone. I've been asked to show you around the village today. Our territory isn't all that big, though, so won't take very long. Hey, Grandora, more like Fart Grand Smiller. Wow, you're so witty, Sork. You're so witty and clever and funny. How's it going, buddy? Anywho, Cornwall is built on the remains of an ancient city. When the Tamlin defeated the Lord of Cornwall about 200 years ago, the Lord cursed the woods with a fog that would rob fairies of their memories. This village was abandoned not long after. From there it became the most dangerous area in all of Britain. Even the Queen wouldn't come near it. Nobody will follow you in here. It's basically a penal colony. Hang on, who are the Tamlin? Who are the Tamlin? Hehe, good one. This territory is a home for all kinds of outcast fairies. Fae whose roles have ended, Fae who aren't worth anything anymore, Fae who lost their friends, Fae who lost their purpose. All we can do now is wait for our lives, our fates, to come to an end. Every fairy here is so kind, they'd much rather help each other than compete with one another. But there isn't a place for Fae like that in Her Majesty's Britain. Dying is much better than having members of your own clan laugh at you, or ignore you, or steal from you. So everyone here came to this forest to end things. At least that's what I think. I don't know what to say. Hey, it's Lysander. Man, yesterday was a blast, huh? Anyone who enjoys a good meal as much as you do is all right in my book. Hope you're hungry, because I'll be bringing plenty more food back with me today. Good day, Lysander. I must say, your voice is as warm and full of life as the spring breeze. Why not try your hand at a song today? I'll even break out my harp for the first time in ages. Trust me, dude, you don't want me singing. Hey, Lysander, let me know if you need any of your clothes mended. I still got some cloth from Norwich left over, and I'm sure you'd look good in whatever I whip up. Bewildered at the difference in treatment. You certainly are popular, aren't you, Lysander? I mean, I'm in much the same boat myself, but I guess you just have that certain, je ne sais quoi about you. I'm kind of oblivious when it comes to that sort of thing, so... Really? I thought you were perfectly wonderful too, Mash. Lysander just has a kind of refreshing aura about him. His presence alone makes things more fun. But your aura is more warm? Bright? I'm not sure what the right word is. I can only say there's something nostalgic about it. It reminds me of more peaceful times. You're spot on. As a matter of fact, my cheerful nature is the only thing I've got going for me. I've long made it a point to keep smiling, no matter what the circumstances might be. Thank you so much. Yes, that's true. There's nothing better than a smile. Alright, let me show you around the rest of the village. As long as you know how big our territory is, you won't disappear until the day of endings. The day of what now? Well, that's our village's territory. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Yeah, you mentioned the end of days. That sounds pretty, that sounds pretty bad. The Nameless Woods fog never comes into this village, right? How thick is it outside the village walls? Also, is this village used... If this village used to be a city, does that mean there's still a road back inland? The fog isn't too thick as long as you don't go deep into the woods, but that won't stop you from getting lost. And the road back inland is completely overgrown now, so it's all but impossible to find. I see, then I guess we'll need to really put our minds to it if we ever want to leave these woods. Huh? You want to leave, Mash? Huh? Oh, no, not at all. I was just curious. You don't want to leave either, right, Lysander? I mean, you came to the Nameless Woods of your own volition, so... I'm not sure. I still have no idea what's going on. I see. That makes sense to me. I had a feeling you three were a little different from the other Fae who can't come here. I was even wondering if maybe you actually ended up lost in here by mistake somehow. Well, if there's anything you ever need, please let me know. I'm not much good for anything besides showing fairies around, but I promise I'll help however I can as long as it doesn't get me in trouble. Okay, I think we've got the lay of the land now. Now that it's just the three of us, shall we get to it, Lysander? Get to what? Oh, silly, you're really an incomparable jokester, aren't you? What else could I possibly be talking about in a situation like this besides testing our skills? Now, come on, let's head into the forest for a bit and see how good we are and what kind of tactics we excel at. Magecraft is power, and as I say, if you don't use it, you lose it. So we fighting you? Is that what's going on? Gonna have Ket's power bomb you if that's the case. Oh, never mind. Damn, I don't have access to my skills either. That sucks.
我が音の前で万物は劣化し、物質は静止する。エイルノート！そう、おとなしくなさい。霧が落ちます。まだだ、まだだ。
うわ。
何のために？やります。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
吠えても無駄です。ではそろそろよろしく。
And that's a
死をも
GG.
って贖いを、殺戮をもって収束を。メイルノート！勝てぬと分かれば立ち上がる必要などないでしょう。
I forgot to change my battle bit. Oh well. Sorry, I'm so useless. No, not at all. I just feel just terrible about this. That you have basically no fighting ability must mean you come from such high social standing that you don't need to do your own fighting, so... Oh my gosh, are you the son of one of the clan chiefs, Lysander? And here I've been treating you like just anyone else. I'm so sorry, you must think I have no manners at all. Can we please just forget this happened? I promise I'll do better starting tomorrow. It's okay, I'm just sorry I couldn't fight on the front line with you. Please don't worry about it, Lysander. If anything, I'm more convinced than ever. I can't remember why, but I know now for sure that this is what you were meant to do. I may have been so intimidated by the fairy's sheer physical capabilities last night that I didn't act appropriately. But that won't happen again. I see now that you have the makings of a great leader, like a winning football coach. I even get the sense that as long as you're here to guide us, everything will somehow work out in the end. How do you remember what football is? Wow, thanks, I still best in class. Please just call me Tristram. That's right, we're outcasts. A bunch of losers who couldn't even pay the annual existence tax to keep us in the Queen's reign. It was just a matter of time until we decided to come into these woods and forget everything we ever wanted to accomplish. But don't worry, and there's no need to be afraid. We may have escaped from the city, but we're all still in the same boat. Soon the calamity will bring everything to an end, and only a few will survive. So we may as well live the rest of our days here in peace. We, all of us from 6 different clans, live it for festivities. We're scared of the Queen, we're scared of the Moors, and most of all, we're scared of ourselves! They're all singing in unison now. What a lovely song. A simple tempo, to be sure, but there's something strangely invigorating about it. I would think it was improvised if they didn't seem so familiar with it. Well, of course they are. These kinds of festivals where everyone comes together is what all Fae live for. It's the only time the Wind and Earth clans can set aside their differences. Well, as long as they don't drink too much anyway. There are some fairies who really do get drunk on the atmosphere, I guess. What, had enough already, Lysander? No need to hold back, you only just got here. Or was your journey here even harder than we thought? Those marks in your right hand are unusual, but they're still command spells, right? And 3 of them, no less. Damn, you poor thing. Well, don't worry, you can forget all about that now. No one here is gonna force you to do anything. You did good hanging on there until now, especially for one as twiggy as you are. Huh? Come on, you don't gotta get weepy on me. No, it's okay. Just take as much time to rest as you need. When you get bored, you can help us out with village stuff. What a kind fairy. Although, command spells... I feel like I'm this close to remembering something. I can't quite get there. So frustrating. Okay, everyone, settle down, please. That's all for tonight. I could definitely tell what time it is because I'm not drunk. Nope, definitely no drunkenness here. Now go on, it's time to get back to our tents before the beasts come out. Don't blame me if you end up getting eaten alive. Marm, Thania, Dumbleton. We wind fake and make it back quicker than anyone. The responsibility of keeping order falls to us, the most beautiful clan of all. I see Hollow Barrowmere is just as much of an ass drunk as he is sober. Alright, let's get back home so we can be ready for tomorrow's feast. Later, Lysander. Oh, I'll have to show you around our athletic field tomorrow. There's nothing more fun than a good ball game. If you say so, dude. I guess that's all for today's welcome party, then. Though it sounds like it's all it sounds like it'll pick back up tomorrow. Indeed, now that I understand we've truly been welcomed with open arms, I'm enjoying myself quite a lot. Even though you still haven't relaxed your grip on that, bow? Yes, well, it seems old habits do die hard. Apparently, I used to keep my fingers on my bowstrings even when I was asleep. I swear, between keeping my ears peeled and ringing the wind 24/7, I guess I must have really loved training. Oh well, I'm sure any habit can be broken eventually, especially since we shouldn't have to fight here. Now come on, Lysander, Mash, we should get back to our own tent. Or we should head back to our own tent. Chat hydration reminder. Drink some water. Hey, you. Make sure you clean this place up thoroughly. We're doing this again tomorrow, remember? Yes, sir. You, do want me to clean up after everyone, right? Of course I do, idiot. What else could I have meant? Can't you do anything on your own? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll do my best. Hold on, was that... Never mind that, Lysander. Let's just head back to our tent. We're still outsiders here, after all. We should get a grasp on the situation before we go poking our noses in their business. You wouldn't want someone you barely know telling you how to live your life, right? Even if all the Fae who live here are peaceful, we're still not in a strong position. We've got nowhere to run if something goes wrong. So we need to be extra cautious here. You understand, right? I guess you're right. Great, we can ask about it tomorrow. I'm sure whatever seems off to you now will all make sense once we've talked to them about it. Bit of a slow burn this chapter, huh? Good morning, Lysander. Did you sleep well last night? I'm sorry, I just can't seem to put my heart into it. Lysander, something about that name just doesn't sound right. It's still a mess out here. What the hell were you doing, you goddamn good-for-nothing? I came from the square. Shall we go see what's going on, Lysander? Definitely. This is awful. We can't possibly put on another feast tonight. Why didn't you do anything? You hate Lysander or something? Not at all. It's just... I, forgot what I was supposed to do. The next thing I knew, it was morning and you were all yelling at me. Looks like it happened to her again, Doga. Guess we're SOL. Forget it. I should have known better than to ask you in the first place. Just go, get lost, and don't ever come back near the village. I don't want to see your stupid face again. Really? Thank you so much for forgiving me. I hope you'll invite me to the next one, too. Huh? Bruh. Oh, hey, Lysander. Yesterday sure was a hoot, huh? You had that fairy girl clean up everything by herself? That fairy girl. Hey, what was her name again? The hell should I know? Damn, what was it again? I think she told us when she first showed up. I'm pretty sure it was Ho or Fo or something stupid like that. Is that what it was? I guess she had a name at first too. Ah well, once you start forgetting your own name, even without the fog, you're done for. Don't bother about her, Lysander. You don't want to catch her nameless disease. So she doesn't have a name? Is that why you treat her like that? What do you mean? No fairy without a name's worth anything, right? It's not like anyone missed them if they were gone. Yeah, she doesn't even have a place here. Her tent's outside the village. Yep, our territory just doesn't have room to spare for her. I will say I'm impressed she's still alive. She might get more banged up every day, but she's still got all her arms and legs. Who knows, maybe she used to be some kind of big shot. Not that it's doing her much good now. Guess not even the beasts of the forest got any interest in nameless meat. Anyway, that's enough about her. Come on, Lysander. I told you we were gonna play football at noon today, right? See you in the athletic field. Fucking jerks. What would you like to do now that they've left for the athletic field, Lysander? You know anything about nameless fairies, Mash? I do, as the name suggests, they're fairies who have lost their names. While we lost our memories in the Nameless Woods, sometimes fairies lose their names all on their own. In general, fairies don't age or die like humans or animals. But we are born with a purpose, something we can lose ourselves in. Fairies who lose that purpose lose their names, and then grow steadily weaker until they die. That's what happened to that girl. It must have been quite some time since she lost her name. So is it true that she really doesn't have a home here? I'm sure it is. Fairies tend to shun fairies who have lost their names. Honestly, the fact that she's even allowed inside this village speaks volumes about the fairy's generosity. I know what you're thinking, Lysander, but we can't. If we invite her to stay in our tent, it will really upset the fairies in this village. The best we can do is visit her home and get rid of anything that might be dangerous. We may not be able to invite her into the village where it's safe, but I'd be happy to at least make her home just as safe as the village. That's great, really great. Huh? Why are you holding my hand? You're shaking my hand to express your gratitude and faith in me, huh? That's a new one on me. But there's something really nice about it. I think I like this custom too, Lysander. Firmly grasp it. She's already under attack. There, I've driven the beast back a bit and opened up some space for the girl. I swear on my bewitched bow that I won't let them take another step toward her. Thank you, Tristram. I'll take it from here. Hey, you leave her alone right now. Ugh. Choking up, man.
Minna, ついてきて。
お願いします。
やります。
はい。
やっ。
はっ。声の無駄です。軽やかに奏でましょう。宝具起動。で、やる。死をもって贖いを。殺戮をもって収束を。英雄の後。はっ。ふっ。苦痛が嫌ならおとなしくなさい。
準備は負けないぞ。
や
ここでまっす
吠えても無駄です。宝具起動。我が
もちろん
夢のはい。我が音の前で万物は劣化し、物質は静止する。イグノート。勝てぬと分かれば立ち上がる必要などないでしょう。
Easy enough. Cruel though it may be, I made sure to aim for spots that would be extra painful. Hopefully this will teach the other beasts that this part of the forest is dangerous. I agree, that seems like the best way to go. At any rate, that was amazing shooting, Tristram. Are you sure you don't remember being a soldier? Or maybe a hunter? Either way, the king you used to serve must have been proud to have you. Yes, well, I certainly hope so. That's weird, I can't sense any magical energy when he plucks his harp. Does that mean he's from the Wind Clan? But then he doesn't seem to have enough magical energy for that. Are you okay? Huh? What's going on? Did you do that for me? Yes, we did. Lysander insisted on checking up on you. Are you alright? Did those beasts hurt you before we got here? Oh no, I'm fine. I'm used to this sort of thing. So, is there something more I could do for you? I already showed you around the village yesterday. Oh man, I'm so stupid. I should have thought of something before coming here. We wanted to thank you for all your help yesterday. You were so kind to us that we thought the least we could do is make your home safe from beasts. That's so nice of you. It makes me so happy. I guess this means I really was useful then. I'm so happy to hear that. It's so long since I was useful. Oh, I know. I'll bless you with good fortune in return for, I'm sorry, I forgot how to cast blessings. And I don't have a tent, so there's nothing I can give you in return. That's okay, I don't need anything else. Really? Huh, did I already give you some of the flowers I picked this morning and just forget I did? Lysander, Tristan, why don't you go back to the village without me? I'm going to put up a bounded field to ward off other beasts, but it's going to take some time. Oh, well then we'll stay here until you're done too. Those beasts could come back at any time, so Lysander and I could protect you while you put up the bounded field. No, that's okay, I can handle those beasts alone if it comes to that. I see. Well, if you're sure, is that alright with you, Lysander? Okay, if you say so, Mash. Alright, I'll see you two later then. Have fun with the other fairies. There, all done. You won't have to worry about beasts coming for you here anymore. Well, at least for a few weeks anyway. It's only magecraft, not sacrament, so it won't last forever. But at least for those few weeks, you'll be able to rest easy knowing you're safe. Magecraft, the mysterious power the Queen uses. I didn't know you could use it too, Mash. Is using magecraft the hot new thing in the outside world now? I don't know about that. I mean, half my magecraft is stuff I kind of taught myself. Besides, that stuff's kind of why I ran away in the first place. I mean, me, save Britain with magecraft like this? That's just not possible. Mash? I'm so sorry if I asked something I shouldn't have. Don't be, that was just a bad habit of mine. You're not the reason I was feeling sad just now. Do me a favor and just forget about it, please. More importantly, I think it might be better if you moved away from that village. It's not the other fairy's fault necessarily, you're just not a good fit for it. What about Salisbury? No, wait, they're very hostile to wind fairies with damaged wings there. How about Norwich? They say fairies and humans live side by side there. And who knows, if you find a human who's a good fit for you, maybe you'll even find a new purpose too. Thank you, but I'd rather stay here. Even if I did find a new purpose, I still wouldn't have a name. I think I must be exhausted. Nothing ever goes right for me, no matter what I do or what help I receive. I must have been so despondent with myself that I even forgot the most important thing of all, my name. So I don't need to go anywhere. Here nobody will be angry at my old self. Here nobody will blame me for being a terrible fairy who wasted her life unable to fulfill her purpose. But I am really sad. Not because the other fairies in the village hate me, but because I can't remember my purpose anymore, or my name. I see, I guess not having a name really is a terrible thing. In that case, what about this? I just came up with a new idea now, but... Thank you, Mash. This is the happiest I've ever been in my life. Oh, come on. Now you're just being nice. I see. Then I'm happy you're happy. Still, don't forget this is our little secret. If the villagers find out, we'll both get in trouble. I'm sure they'd say something like, even a village of outcasts has rules. Or, Cornwall doesn't need any weird made-up customs. That's true. You might not know by looking at him, but... Hello, Baromia is... actually used to be an aide to Lady Aurora. Even now, he still admires the elegant fairy way of life. I really love that about him. I feel the same way. He might act high and mighty, but I can tell right away that he really cares about the village. Oh gosh, I didn't realize we'd been talking for so long. I better get back to the village. I'll come again tomorrow, okay? In the meantime, enjoy your peaceful night's sleep. I will. Bye-bye, Mash. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, huh? Ow, what just happened? Why does my right eye hurt so much? Where's a puddle I can use for a mirror? There. Now, what's going on with my eye? I see. So I've turned dark. I guess I'm done for now. And just when something finally worked out for me, too. Well, that ain't good. Bazooka! Morning. Good morning. It may be a shame to not have a banquet, but there is an upside. We got to bed earlier. So what would you like to do today? If you don't have anything particular in mind, I'd like to go outside the village again myself. First, I need some food. I'm really hungry. Huh? You're hungry? Oh, good morning, Lysander. I'm sorry we couldn't give you the welcome you deserved last night. Fortunately, we should be able to make up for it tonight, so I do hope you're looking forward to it. There's something wrong. You don't seem like yourself. Oh, okay, I just really need to eat something. Is there any food I could have? Huh? You're hungry because you didn't have anything to eat? Don't be ridiculous. Needing to eat? It's not like you're human or some... Wait, you're serious? You know, now that you mention it... Oh my, I can't believe it. I never thought such a thing could be possible. Hello, Baromia? Everyone, I have big news! Lysander is human! We have an unregistered human with us! Huh? Come on, it's too early for this nonsense. There's no way a human would be here of all... I'm not joking! Take a closer look! It's not that his wings were torn off. He never had them to begin with. Hurry, come quick! We can't let him get out of the woods! Oh my goodness, I feel terrible about this. If only I'd realized it sooner. Now I'm even more sorry we didn't give you the kind of welcome you deserve, Lysander. But don't worry, we're going to make up for that right now with a really, really fun welcome party. What a wonderful day this is. I don't think this is gonna be fun. I need you all to back up. Just back the hell up, everybody. Let me see. Oh, wow, you're right. Lysandra really is human. A human, hooray! No wonder being around him made us all so happy. This is great. Now we'll never have to worry about turning into Moors. Back the fuck up! Why do I get the sense I'm in trouble? Oh no, I almost forgot. Be careful, Lysandra. If you tell them you're hungry... I'm too late! Shit. Are you human too? You are, aren't you? You don't have wings or command spells. How about the guy with the harp? Is he human? No, wait, he's a fairy. That's right, he didn't eat anything, but who cares? Just put him with the others. It's easier that way. Here, Lysandra, Mash and Tristram. Please, let me show you to the best spot in town. From now on, you'll be staying in a tent at the town square, right in the middle of the village. Oh, there's so much to do, I don't know where to begin. I need an adult. Well. It's been half a day since we were packed into this tent without so much as a word of explanation. How's the food they've been bringing you every hour, Lysandra? It's really good, but I'm not hungry anymore. We're not allowed to go out, and there are fairies guarding outside the tent in shifts. This isn't a welcome party, we are prisoners. Do you know why this happened to us, Mash? Because Lysandra is human. Thinking about it now, I was a little surprised myself to see how much you enjoyed that fruit. I should have realized it then, but I haven't seen many humans either. Are you human too, Mash? Not entirely sure. I think I'm a fairy, but I also feel like I've been called human-like at one point or another. But never mind that now. Right now, we need to focus on the situation at hand. You might think they're giving Lysandra a warm reception now, but it's only going to heat up as time goes on. Really? Even more than this? Yes, really. You see, humans are very important sources of sustenance for fairies. Just having a human nearby makes them happier, almost like a mental balm. But these days, the human population is carefully managed by the Queen, leaving lower-class fairies without any humans for themselves. In fact, the fairies of this village wound up here because they didn't have humans. So, if nothing else, I'm sure they'll take good care of you, Lysandra. But... Yay, humans! Humans in the village! And not defective ones from the rebel army or ones made for the Queen. Real high-quality humans! This is so great, we'll have to keep them safe so they don't get hurt. We'll have to figure out what they eat, too. They say you can't just give them nuts and fruit. Humans like meat, right? So we'll have to go hunt some meat in the woods. Man, I'm so jealous of the guards. I can't wait until it's my turn. I just want to be near them. I want to make them laugh, make them uncomfortable, make them cry. Hey, hold up. What? I want to comb their hair and pull off their fingers and skin them alive. Too bad there's only 2 of them. No fair that Alabaromia gets to decide who goes first. We'll never all get a piece of them that way. I just know I'm gonna miss out. Yeah, we should just chop them to pieces and share with everybody. I'll take the left eye and you can have the right. Yeah, I'll take the right. I'll take the ring finger, you take the middle one. Yay, that way everyone can each get a piece. Hey, what do you guys think you're doing? It's not your turn yet. Get back to your tents. And don't try anything with Lysandra. You should have seen him in the athletic field. He used his head to score a goal. His head! I've never seen anyone play football like that. He's a really entertaining lad. As long as he's around, we're gonna have more fun than we've ever... You talk too much, Doga. We don't need talkers. Oh my god. We can't help ourselves. There's only 2 of them. Only 2 of them! Let's chop them up and share them with everyone! Let's chop them up and share them with everyone! But we're the only ones who are gonna get a share. The Fang clan's gonna keep them all to ourselves. The Earth and Wind clans talk too much too. Let's get them before they get us. Uh-oh. Is that fighting? I'm not sure exactly why, but the fairies seem to be fighting amongst themselves now. I suspect it has something to do with different clans wanting to keep you all to themselves. The why isn't important now, though. You're obviously not safe here. We need to leave right away. But where would we go? Let's head inland. Once we get through this village, we can make our way to the hilly area. From there, there's a highway, and once we get there, we can think about where to go next. But first, yes, we need to do something about the guards outside. Unfortunately, I doubt you and I alone will be any match for them. Remember, these fairies are all very powerful. There's no way a human could... Oh? Oh good, you're all still okay, thank goodness. I noticed something was off in the village this morning, so I've been keeping an eye on things from afar. It's awful out there. First everyone was yelling at each other, and now they've started fighting. Halabaramia was doing his best to calm everyone down, but I don't think it's worked. Hey, keep an eye on things near the tent. Don't let anyone near it. I know we killed all the Wind Clan bastards, but there's still some fangs out there. Ain't no way we're letting those veggie lovers take the humans away from us. We've got to divide them both up evenly among the Earth Clan. Onfum. It's no use, Lysander. They're not the fairies you knew anymore. They're being driven wild by their bloodlust. Come with me, I can get you out through the weak stitching in the cloth where I snuck in. You do want to get out into the woods, right? Then please trust me, I know a way inland. Now come on, hurry. Yeah, great idea. Those are Earth Clan fairies? They look nothing like they used to. How this saddens me. What do I see now but the devil? Stop that, Tristram! You can't play your harp now, they'll hear us! Hey, did you just hear something? Maybe one of the Wind Clan bastards survived. Kesley, Gum, go check it out. The rest of us will head to the tent, crush their legs first. That'll keep them from running. Oh crap, we gotta get out of here now. The instant Robin's released. We need to go now. I'm so sorry. My fingers moved before I realized what I was doing. Anyway, yes, we need to get out of the village. I'll bring up the rear. This way, everyone. Please follow me. Yes, this is it. Once you cross those 3 hills, you'll be far enough inland. Are you all okay? I know we've been running non-stop. I'm okay. Well, I'm managing. Indeed, there were 2 fairies after us, but it seems we lost them after we crossed that first hill. They must have gotten lost in the fog. I guess all that time you spent living outside in the forest must have paid off. Thank you for showing us the way. You've been a huge help. But, are you sure about this? Now that you've helped us escape, doesn't that mean you can never go back to that village? Yes, it does. But please don't worry about that, Mash. My home is safe now, thanks to you. Now please don't worry about me. You need to leave the forest as soon as possible. Go, quickly, before the villagers find you. I have to put more distance between you and them. What's that mark on your face? What mark? I can smell the wind now. It smells just like good old Salisbury earth. Soon we'll be out of the woods. Not much longer. Beautiful Britain, you haven't changed a bit. You're just as I remember from when I had a name. Almost there, just a little more. Well, that went from 0 to 11 real quick. See a slope up ahead. That must be the last hill. Once we cross it, we'll be out of these woods. Thank you. We could never have made it this far without... What's wrong? Yeah. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Are you hurt? Why don't we take a little... Shut up, just shut up! Don't touch me, don't touch me! It hurts so damn much! It's been hurting for all these hundreds of years I've spent alone. They kept forcing me to do things I couldn't do. Hundreds of years of endless frustration. Nobody ever helped me before. Nobody even noticed me before. So why'd you have to be kind to me now when it's already too late? Idiots, you're idiots! Have you really not figured it out yet? I tricked you! The only reason I brought you out here is so I could keep you all to myself. Why else would I be doing this? Why did I... Ah! You're right, Tristram, Lysander. She's not a fairy anymore. She's Mors now. Just a thing that can no longer speak or listen. It's a dark sludge that fouls the world just by existing. It is Britain's curse and it is death to fairies. Yikes.
踊りましょう。お手を拝借。こちらをどうぞ。はい。やふん。はっはっと苦痛が嫌ならおとなしくなさい。ではそろそろよろしい。はい。我が音の前で万物は劣化し、物質は静止する。イルノート。はっ。おとなしくなさい。首が落ちます。まだだ。
ですか。やだね。戦いですか。
はい。よろしく。はっ。切り刻む。ひねりつぶします。軽やかに奏でましょう。宝具起動。我が弓の。はい。
やります。
死をもって贖いを、殺戮をもって収束を。フェイルノートと
やっ
はい、よろしい。ふん。と声の中でひねりつぶします。
Oh no.
油断。
Damn, dude, what the fuck? Rip. Spamming MP as much as I could there, what the fuck? Yeah, let's watch everybody rip each other's heads off again, that was cool.
みんなついてきて。白兵戦行きます。今のうちに準備を。やります。もちろん。ここでまっすぐ。
まだだ。
白兵戦行きます。運命ですから。
ではそろそろ。
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカリバーン。
痛みを歌い、嘆きを奏でる。フェイルのこれが私の矢です。そこだ。よろしい。
やります。
切り刻む。
ここでまっす
ぐ。まだだ。お手を拝借。ではそろそろ。はい。痛みを歌い、嘆きを奏でる。フェイルのこれが私の矢です。はっ、声の無駄です。ひねり潰します。では、進行の曲を一つ。
For some reason. Got really RNG fucked that first time, I guess. I think we got her, but... Be careful, Ascender. She's not done yet. But she's not trying to attack anymore. Is she trying to tell us something? Pardon me. I hope you don't mind. I didn't want to make you three put her out of her misery. As I know the more as well, I thought I should be the one to do what was necessary. That rapier strike came from behind us like the wind, and there's something familiar about them. Sorry about that. You're free now. May you find peace in your next life. No way, you're... Hey there, Sid Gorgon. Nice to meet you. Sorry it took so long to get here. And again, I guess that's pretty confusing too, judging from the look on your face. A king doesn't typically introduce himself, but none of my attendants are here, so I suppose I don't have a choice. I am Oberon, a heroic spirit summoned here by humanity. I'm the one and only servant in all this Lostbelt who's destined to help you. Most people know me as Oberon the Fairy King. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? Yeah, swell. Hope you aren't lying to me. Or anything crazy like that. Most people know me as Oberon, the Fairy King. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? Suddenly all my memories flash back. That's right, my name's Sid Gorgon, your favorite mercenary fire, and yours is... Indeed, you are Sid Gorgon, the master of Chaldea. And I am Tristan, knight of the bewitched bow and the child of sadness. At last I finally remember everything. As for you, Mash, your name's not really Mash. Oberon? Not Merlin? Merlin? Oh, I'm sorry. You're just, not exactly what I was expecting. But you looked so much like someone I was thinking about that it threw me off for a moment. Ahem, at any rate, I remember who I am now, too. My name is Castor, Altria Castor. Oh, but that's kind of a mouthful, isn't it? Really, Castor was just my name in the village I'm from, so please, call me Altria. I'm gonna call you Artoria, because that's what your name actually is, alright? How about that? I'm relieved to see you've got your names back. Now we'd better hurry or you'll get caught in that fog again. Go on, get going. See those trees over there? That's your goal. First, you should all see what Britain is really like. After that, we'll have plenty to talk about. What Britain is really like? I agree. Let's go, Gorgon. It's time you saw the Twilight Island, home of so many fairies. The utopia of wind, earth, and life, blessed by song and rain, the Isle of Britain. Everything the light touches is the Fey Kingdom. Wow, this is cool. So stupid. That was the end of that bit. Oh, look, the whole map opened up now. That's convenient. What's this? It's bothering me now.
今年もいよいよ夏が始まりました。何やら慣れた頃ほど。
Meanwhile, several days after she got separated from Gorgon, the girl managed to make it out of the nameless woods on her own, ahead of the others. Was it the difference in her innate servant abilities? Simply a stroke of good luck? Neither, in fact, she was simply swept along by a Morris current and unceremoniously spat out elsewhere. She's back to her retro look. The outcome speaks for itself. Deprived of her strength, her equipment in pieces, she could only collapse by the highway. This is bad. Very, very bad. If she stays here too long... Oh no. Oh no. Wait. See what I tell you? I knew there'd be one or two right around this time of year. Can I get a mod check on this? This isn't a porn scene, right? Anyway, check it out. A premium wind fairy. This will keep us fed the whole winter. She'll be easy pickings for the slave hunters who prey on fairies who wander out of the woods. Oi, get a color on her before she wakes up. I don't know who she is, but it won't matter once we sell her. We'll make a bundle and she'll get a nice warm bed and someone to keep her company. Now, that's what I call a win-win. Ah, a wolf! There's a wolf here! Grr. But fortunately, fate had other plans for her. Grand Order. No wonder she's my favorite. That fluffy guy next to her is Sage Grim, the White Fang. Those thugs won't get near her, not with him around. Who the fuck is this narrator, dude? Ah, crap, she's awake, and she looks really strong, too. We're dead! Who are you? No, wait, why was I collapsed on the ground? Phew, she doesn't remember anything. Hey there, young lady, we're just, you know. Oh, a group of kindly caretakers. This is our job to help any fairies who collapse on the side of the road. Yeah, that's it. We're here to help you. Now go on, get in our cart. It's the latest model of from Norwich, and it's way better than walking. One of us pulls while the other two smile. That way, two can relax and only one has to work. But hey, don't worry, you're our valued I mean guest. We'd never make you pull the cart. Now, what are we gonna call you? Say, what do you think of Anise, brothers? Doesn't that seem like a great name for her? You mean we going with Urchin like usual? Well, I guess a little change of pace wouldn't hurt. Sound good to you, Anise? Now go on, try to stand up. Here, hold on to me if you need. Besides, you don't want to be laying on the ground too long or the giant odd gogi caterpillars will eat you right up. Okay, thank you. Whoa, what's with all that metal? She's got an iron shield, iron armor, and what's this, a canister? Damn, you think she's one of the Queen's Knights, seeing how she's got all these weapons? You guys sure this is a good idea? What if the Queen kills us? You're still a big scary cat, aren't you, Wag? Don't worry about it. Even if she is one of the Queen's Knights, who cares? Doesn't matter if she can't remember anything. Yeah, what's gonna happen if she doesn't even know her own name? And if she doesn't have a place to call home, what's wrong with taking her to a new one? As our merchandise, of course. The three fairies exchange a knowing look and cackle. And so, she and all her things wound up in the cart with not a clue as to who she is. The cart begins heading north, towards Gloucester, beginning another separate journey. But all that aside... Hey, that wolf's still following us? What do we do, brothers? You really don't want to mess with his like. They say if you kill one, you'll become a Moors. Guess we'll just have to let him tag along too. Maybe we could even sell him off along with the girl. Don't worry, these fairies won't be having much luck as long as her intimidating furry friend is around. Who the fuck is this narrator? And also, where's Da Vinci? Salisbury. I'm hungry now. Salisbury steak sounds pretty baller, actually. Beautiful, isn't it? This is the center of the British Lostbelt. See that super ominous castle-looking thing over there? That's Camelot. These days, Britain is divided into North and South regions, and Camelot sits between them. Most people live here in the southern central area. The four main cities in this region are Salisbury, the great cathedral, Norwich, the nearest port town, Gloucester, the city of fashion, and Oxford, the great dining hall. Each city is run by the head of a fairy clan. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but do you know where Mash and Da Vinci are? Huh? I see, so there were others from Chaldea with you. I'm very sorry, but you were the only one I managed to find. As you can see, it's just me right now, so tracking you down was the best I could do. But that leads nicely to my next point. Can you tell me what this Mash of yours looks like? As long as I know what she looks like, I can have Blanca look for her. Blanca? Who's that? Didn't you just say you were alone? Oh, right. Here, let me introduce you. That's a big furry boy. Pretty cute, right? I talk with her a lot. Oh, that's a bee girl. Sorry, my bad. Talk with her a lot. I guess you could call her my friend. I was thinking Blanca's Street Fighter, you know. Anyway, she's very neat, very smart, and above all, she's a hard worker. If anyone can track down Mash, she can. Okay, now that that's settled, how about we start by sharing what we all know with one another? You tell me your story, and I'll tell you mine. And you know the rest. I see. So you've conquered 5 Lostbelts thus far. And while you weren't originally planning to come up to Britain, you, Mash, Leonardo, and Tristan wound up coming here to investigate this collapse. But then, after the 4 of you landed here, you got separated in the Nameless Woods. That's unfortunate. No, I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful. I had no idea you weren't the only one lost. If I had only been more attentive back then, maybe I could have tracked down Mash and Leonardo as well. But I was so excited about finding you that I forgot all about everything else. So then you were the one I saw at the beach before I lost consciousness. For the time being, there's one thing we can and should check. Mash is your contracted servant, right? Then you should have a magical energy connection with her. If it's still active, then we'll at least know she's alive, even if we don't yet know where she is. How about it? Can you check on that for us? The connection's still active. Great, then all we have to do now is find her. And Leonardo's a servant too, right? Then I'm sure she's still alive and kicking too. Fortunately, the fairies here can't tell the difference between their fellow fae folk and servants. So as long as they're not human, they shouldn't be in too much danger. So let's just stay calm and trust them to handle themselves. Next, Artoria, is there something you'd like to say to me? No, not right now anyway. Honestly, I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything I just heard about Chaldea, proper human history, the Lostbelts, and so on. Ha ha ha. Although, getting back to servants? Heroic spirits? Is that like a human turning into a fairy after they die? And you said both you and Tristan are servants yourselves? That's right. If you want to know more about heroic spirits and servants, I'm sure Gorgon there will be happy to fill you in on the way. Between a resident of this Lostbelt like you and a master from proper human history who's a guest in this world, you two should be able to catch each other up on almost everything. On the way, you said. Does that mean you have a destination in mind, Oberon? I do indeed. When you're trying to track someone down, a big city's your best bet. Besides, you and Gorgon both need to get used to the way things work here in Fairy Britain. So our next stop is Salisbury, the biggest city in the south. And there we'll find food, clothing, shelter, everything we need, really. It's just about a full day's walk from here. I know you've been up all night, but do you think you could make the trek? We don't have time to sit around and rest. We already wasted, like, fucking 5 days. Now, let's not be hasty. I know how you must feel, but like I said, now's the time to take it easy. Remember, Britain's a big place. If you keep pushing yourself so hard, you'll burn out long before we find Mash. Don't worry. You could tell she's okay because you're her master, right? Well, my own intuition is telling me she's perfectly safe too. And I'm the Fairy King, so that really means something. Drop my drink. There we go. Oh. So let's start with Salisbury and figure out the rest from there. Salisbury, huh? What should I do? It might be kind of dangerous to go back now. I also can't leave Gorgon to vent for himself. Plus, I don't care what this Oberon guy says. He really seems a lot like Merlin. Would it be okay if I came along too, Gorgon? I know I mistakenly went by Mesh's name for a while there. But I want to know more about you and about, oh, right, proper human history. Hey, yeah, I completely forgot you weren't already part of the team. Right, of course not. Oh gosh, what am I even saying? Of course you wouldn't want a country bumpkin like me tagging along, huh? There's a bug on my arm. You're shaking my hand again? Does that mean it's okay? Of course, I'm glad to have you with us, Artoria. Ah, yes. Now that's a lovely friendship. I was definitely on pins and needles back in Cornwall, but it seems not interfering was the right choice after all. In theatrical terms, I believe this is the part where we say, now that the actors are in place, the real story can begin. Chaldea alone won't be enough. The Child of Prophecy alone won't get there in time. So we'll need both to defeat the mighty Morgan. Bum bum bum. Oh my god, I can use actual supports this time now. Yay. Let's see. Berserkers. Nah. Ah, the prophecy was true. That girl is our star of hope. She will be our salvation. She will be our path to forgiveness. She's our savior, who drifted on our shores with a ship full of treasure. She's the one who will hear the voice of paradise and chant the promised name. Oh, dear Artoria. May you grow to the age of 16 healthy and strong. May the Queen's soldiers never find you. One day you will go on a journey to ring the 6 bells and save all of Britain. A journey to welcome our true king. Gloucester, Salisbury, Oxford, Norwich, Orkney. We may not know where the 6th bell is, but we are confident you'll find it. The staff of selection has chosen you. You are Fairy Britain's only hope. Now go on, hurry, 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 hurry. Hurry and greet your 16th birthday. We have complete faith in you. The village is done for. The executioner squads are here. Hold your head high. Grip your staff tight. Now is the time to begin your journey, Artoria. Remember, no matter what anyone says, you are unquestionably the child of prophecy. You're the spitting image of her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so weak. I'm sorry I can't live up to your expectations. I'll do my best, I promise, as much as I can. Are you sleeping already, Artoria? Huh? Oh no, was I asleep? I just remember Tristan playing his harp and then... how this saddens me. I was merely trying to soothe your exhaustion. But I cannot help but notice you don't seem to care for my music, my I mean, maid Artoria. Tristan be like, old habits die hard there. I'm sorry, she's not used to hearing music. But it really did help me fall asleep peacefully. I'd love if you played it again when it's bedtime. Ouch, you wound me, maid Artoria. No bard wants to be told his music puts people to sleep. Hey, you can't blame her. We've been walking non-stop nearly all day. We're all exhausted. That's why we're camping out here tonight before making our way to Salisbury tomorrow morning. Artoria, you can put up a bounded field to keep wild animals away, right? I hate to ask since I know you're sleepy, but would you mind? Oh, yes, of course. Okay, I'll be back soon. Now then. I know we told Artoria that proper human history is like a parallel world to Britain, but of course that's not the whole truth, is it? The truth is, proper human history is the rightful historical timeline, and it's fundamentally incompatible with this world of Fairy Britain. As Chalia, you have to erase the Lostbelts to ensure humanity's future. And now you're trying to come up with a way to tell Artoria this without hurting her too badly. Yeah. I see. I suppose you have betrayed the people of 5 Lostbelts already. Damn. I usually pride myself on being an excellent conversationalist. But even I'm having trouble coming up with the right words to heal the wounds in your heart. So for now, the best I could do is offer some words of consolation. It's okay, Gorgon. This Lostbelt won't fall by your hand. Remember, it's falling apart on its own. If anything, I'd say you're doing it a favor. A favor? Yes, indeed. Human history simply could not ever prosper in this version of Britain. It's a flawed world that was always destined for destruction. History took a dreadfully wrong turn here. The only problem is that it's threatening to take proper human history down with it when it all goes to pot. That's why guys like us from proper human history have to do whatever we can to save it. And that means defeating the one who's been ruling it from on high for 2,000 years. High Queen Morgan. Hold on, did you say Morgan, as in that Morgan? Yep, that Morgan. The same one who proved to be King Arthur's ultimate Achilles heel in proper human history, even after he united all of Britain. The extraordinary witch who lured King Arthur into countless traps so she could take Camelot for herself. And the mother of Mordred, the treacherous knight, the child of King Arthur who proved to be his downfall. She's the one who ultimately destroyed Britain, and here, she's Fairy Britain's ruler, and she will bring it all to ruin. Let's see, I think you Chaldeans would probably refer to her as this Lostbelt's king. Queen Morgan. Anyway, based on everything you've told me, it sounds like Morgan's behind the outside world abnormality. So as long as you can defeat her, that should end the threat to proper human history. After that, you can just leave this place to its fate. Whether it falls apart or pulls itself back together, you won't need to feel bad about it. Look over there. What was it a Lostbelt needs to survive again? A tree of emptiness? Well, I'm guessing that world tree, the giant ash over there beyond the sea, is it. And as you can see, it's been dead for a long time, so this Lostbelt definitely hasn't got long left. Was it ever on fire at any point? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, it was. It went up in flames not too long ago, then died out again just as quickly as it started. I wonder what that was all about anyway. Anyway, I think that's enough talk for tonight. Don't want to overdo the info dump.
Good self-awareness game. Thank you for that.
So even if you don't remember anything else we talked about tonight, at least remember this. Defeat High Queen Morgan, ruler of Fairy Britain. Nice and simple, right? As for the rest, I'll tell you once we reach Salisbury. Once you see a Fey City for yourself, I think you'll have a much better handle on what life in Britain is like. Whoops, sorry to interrupt, but we've got monsters. Get ready to fight, Gorgon. I'm sorry, I accidentally skipped a couple steps when I was making the bounded field. And I ended up summoning a pack of wild birds by mistake. Could you help me out, please? I never thought the day would come when my liege would beg me for help. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting she's not the King Arthur I knew. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Even if she's not, I'm still glad to have her around. Me too. It's such an honor that it actually makes me feel sorry for the other Knights of the Round Table. Here they come! Be careful, Gorgon! Britain's beasts are not to be trifled with. Noted.
But
you see, I have a snack. And a gun goddess.
失礼、こちらの話です。
言ったな。そうかそうか。
あくまで華麗に。
I literally just unlocked the costumes I haven't heard like 8
恐れ。
differences in her lines.
今こそお前たちのもとへと来たる。真剣、草薙の太刀。イカズチ
好き放題扱ってあげましょう。
神なる音言ったな。そうさな。
いかほ
どうつよととこよ。その境もろくうつろなることを知るがいい。真剣草薙の太刀。 命儚きもの。
Yay, we won! No, we trounced them. Man, that feels good. Oh, this makes me happy. That was the first battle I've won handily since being summoned. Hey, Artaria, are you actually pretty, competitive? By chance? oh no, it's nothing really. I'm just glad I was able to contribute. I see. So you're already strong enough to handle a murder of night crows without much trouble, hmm? Very nice. That's even better than I was expecting. Tristan, your bow may not be particularly strong, but its range is exceptional. You're clearly well suited for battles against large groups. With you on our side, I bet we could win no matter how outnumbered we may be. And as for you, Artoria, you're much more of a wild card than you look. Is that strange tool of yours handmade? A rare weapon like that will be very effective against an opponent who's never seen it before, especially as a distraction. And above all, your summons were fascinating, Gorgon. Temporarily summoning heroic spirits to aid in battle, huh? I had no idea it was such a flexible and powerful way to fight. Human magecraft doesn't tend to work very well against fairies, but summoning heroic spirits is definitely an exception. The only problem with it is how long you can last, given the incredible demands on your stamina, magical energy, and sheer luck. Plus, it seems like the longer the battle lasts, the more a toll it takes on you. But as long as you're careful about that, you should be able to handle anyone, fairy or not. Wait a moment, human magecraft? You could use magecraft, Gorgon? Just barely thanks to my Mystic code, but yep. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I was just a little taken aback. You see, magecraft isn't really used much in Britain. Basically, fairies perform sacraments without any help from basic magecraft spells or mystic codes. So magecraft is considered unnecessary at best and, only practiced by weirdos at worst. In fact, to be totally blunt, if you tell people you use magecraft here, they tend to look at you all funny and ask why you'd go to all that trouble. I see. You do have a point. Fairies simply have no need of magecraft. And since this Britain is a land dominated by fairies, that would mean magecraft is effectively worthless here. So why do you use it then, Artoria? Oh man. After everything I just said, you really went there, Gorgon? Now, it was an honest question, Artoria. You know you didn't mean anything by it, right? Anyway, you don't have to answer if you'd rather not. As for you, Gorgon, I'd suggest you wait for a better time before bringing this up again. Anyway, I think we might have gotten distracted from our main purpose. Now that we've got this nice camp set up, we should use it to get to a good night's rest. I'm sure there's more you'd like to know about Gorgon or Artoria, but why don't we save that for tomorrow? Fortunately, there are none of the Queen's soldiers, no Moors, and no rebel army around here. And once we wake up in the morning, it's only another hour's walk to Salisbury, where we'll be able to have a much more in-depth conversation. After all, if you're going to have a fun discussion, you should save it for a nice and relaxing place, right? And that's the gist of the world's history up until 2017. Wow, so other worlds really do exist. England, Scotland, Ireland? And you said there are other countries beyond the Isle too? Like, France and Italy? I can't even imagine so many different countries and cultures and people. It sounds like you came from a really wonderful world. Britain without the fairies, huh? That sounds like a nice change of pace. Oh, from where Sid Gorgon is standing, I'd imagine he finds this Britain full of fairies to be quite the change of pace. I do have to correct you on one thing, though. It's not that there aren't any fairies at all in proper human history where Gorion comes from. While mystics have definitely faded since the AD era began, fairies are still around. Though, of course, there are far fewer of them, and they don't reveal themselves to humans much. Heck, I'm a fairy heroic spirit myself. Come to think of it, Oberon, aren't you from... A Midsummer Night's Dream, right? Written by William Shakespeare, England's greatest playwright. It may well be one of his most famous stories about fairies. It's basically about a love, square between humans. Can't read. But two of the most important characters are Oberon, the king of the fairies, and his queen, Titania. In the story, Oberon wants Titania to give him one of her pages. So he hatches a plan involving a potion that will cause the drinker to fall in love with the first living thing they see upon awakening. But two humans end up taking it by mistake, causing them to forget about the person they love and mistakenly believe their fate to be with someone else. Well, without going into too much detail, it all wraps up nicely in the end. It's the sort of comedy of errors focused on love and miscommunication you see everywhere. But unfortunately for me, it became so popular that it kept being retold for generations. Thanks to that, the word fairy is now synonymous with mischievous Puck and narrow-minded King Oberon. So at least in one sense, I might be the most famous fairy in the world. If you've never read it before, you should give it a shot once you get back to Chaldea. It doesn't paint the most flattering picture of me, unfortunately, but never mind that. And just to be clear, I swear I wasn't trying to make trouble, okay? I'm just a plot device, really. Only there to get the romantic hijinks rolling. So then, does that mean you're a fictional character, Oberon? Is it even possible for someone as vaguely defined as that to become a servant? No, it isn't. While Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream is indeed how he is best known, legends of Oberon the Fairy King have existed in Europe since ancient times. Perhaps most notably, there's a poem about him from the 15th century, well before Shakespeare's time, where he is described as a king of fairies who could use magic to make any wish come true. Really? I didn't know about that one. The point is, the character was inspired by an existing model, and that model must have become the base for my servant form. Which came first? Who knows? Just another version of the chicken and egg problem. What about Titania, then? Oh, she's all Shakespeare. There are no legends in fairy history of anyone by that name. The name Titania probably came from the Titans of Greek mythology. The Oberon in A Midsummer Night's Dream is pretty self-centered, after all. You could never find a lady who would tolerate him, so Shakespeare had to make one up. But I digress. Sorry for wasting our time. Salisbury's just up ahead. Don't worry about the guards. I'll handle them. All you three have to do is stay quiet. It's okay. My face is basically a free pass into the city. Oh, right. One more thing. Do not tell them your names. If they ask and you can't avoid answering, make something up. We don't need anyone else finding out that you're a human, and you never know who might be listening. Hold on, isn't it dangerous to lie to fairies? I've heard their eyes can see through falsehoods. If so, shouldn't we try avoiding lying wherever possible? Oh, don't worry, the fairies here don't have powers like that. I don't know if they lost them thanks to all this prosperity, or if they threw them away in order to be prosperous, but either way, they definitely can't tell truth from lies anymore. The only way you can tell if you're dealing with a good person or not is when everything's said and done. How else could someone as evil as Morgan have stayed at the top of the world for so long? So this is Salisbury. Doesn't look anything like a steak, what the fuck? How this gladdens me. The air here is very different from Cornwall. There may be fairies everywhere we turn here too, but I don't sense anything dangerous about them. They all seem happy and full of good cheer. Is there some sort of festival taking place today or something? No, this is just life in Salisbury. It's the only free city in all of Britain. There are about 200,000 people living in Salisbury. Some are wind, earth, and fang fairies. Some are fairies who emerge spontaneously from nature, and some are even independent humans. Independent humans? Humans who have won their freedom and now belong to no one but Britain itself. I was hoping to tell you about that aspect of life here once things had settled down, but I guess it was bound to come up sooner or later. And since the Great Cathedral is here too, this seems as good a place as any to get into it. You Chaldeans may have thought there were no humans in this Lostbelt, but strictly speaking, that's not true. Humans do exist here. They're just not at the top of the hierarchy. Here, they're used as tools to enrich fairy society. In proper human history terms, they're essentially slaves. Didn't you think there was something strange about this city? It's wrong, twisted, unseemly. You're right, it's more like a human city than a fairy one. Exactly. Fairies are supposed to live in harmony with nature. Even when they form communities, it's always forest children and stone children gathering under the same Great Mother. They were always just the divided spirits of the planet, who never possessed a culture of their own. But as you can see, Fairy Britain has become a place where fairies imitate human society. For about 14,000 years, fairies here have raised humans like cattle. In that time, they used humans' innate creativity as entertainment, which in turn allowed them to flourish. Fairies live long lives and they require no sustenance whatsoever. Since there's nothing they can't do, they never change and they never try anything new. In contrast, humans have countless weaknesses. They live short lives, their injuries don't heal, they need food to survive, and they could easily be killed by wild beasts. So naturally, humans came up with all sorts of things that would allow them to survive and flourish in spite of all those weaknesses. I'm guessing the fairies found that kind of human thinking to be absolutely fascinating. It was like finding a shiny new toy. So they began keeping humans as livestock, followed by superficially copying their culture with cities like this one. They completely ignored the substance behind human agriculture, architecture, and other various fields of study. Instead, only imitating it at the most basic, superficial level. Anything they couldn't copy manually, they fudged with magical energy. That cathedral there is the worst offender. Fairies have no gods and no religion. There was no actual point to making the cathedral, they just thought it was fun. That's Fairy Britain's culture, and it's how they treat humans. So, basically they're just, AI? No. Yeah. Well, yes, I guess you could put it that way. Still, as a fairy myself, I can't understand how things got to this point. While they definitely took it too far, it makes sense they'd get like this in a world where humans are endangered. Both in proper human history and in this Lostbelt, humans are fairies' favorite source of luxury entertainment. This land came to be known as Fairy Britain when fairies began regulating humans on a societal level. It's also the key political policy of High Queen Morgan, your enemy. Huh? You guys are gonna fight Morgan? Yep, or at least that's the current plan. Isn't that right, Gorgon? I don't know about fighting yet, but we do need to meet this Lostbelt's king. But first we need to find my other two companions. Oh, right, we do, don't we? First things first and all that. Why don't we start with the pub? There are always people coming and going in pubs, and some of them may know something useful. Artoria? Gorgon, you've helped me out a lot, and I really do appreciate it, but... what should I do? If he's going to fight High Queen Morgan, it'd only complicate things if I stuck around. I wanted to stay with him until he found Mash, but maybe it would be better to go our separate ways here. So that's how it is. By the way, Artoria, do you know what they do to humans in this city they catch without their owners? They're captured as ranch escapees and sent up to New Darlington. New Darlington? As in Darlington, the National Slaughterhouse Theater? Say what? That's horrible! But wait, isn't Salisbury supposed to be a free city? The head of the Wind Clan runs this place, right? Surely they wouldn't do anything so horrid. Not necessarily. Not even the head of the Wind Clan can defy the High Queen. So it would definitely be to our advantage to have as many trusted collaborators with us as we can. Gorgon still doesn't know right from left here, and on top of that, he's human. Without an owner to watch over him, it'll just be the Nameless Woods all over again. I'd do it myself, but since I'm obviously noble, even royal, it would strain credulity if I tried to claim a human of unknown origins as one of my attendants. But you, on the other hand, would be a perfect fit for Gorgon. And don't worry, I'm not asking you to stay with him forever, just while we're in Salisbury. You'd prefer that over being alone too, right, Gorgon? I guess you're right. Being alone in Britain these days would make you more likely to attract suspicion from the authorities. But what about Tristan? Couldn't he pretend to be Gorgon's owner? He probably could, but Tristan knows just as little of Fae Britain as Gorgon. It wouldn't take much questioning from one of the clan guards to expose the facade. I wouldn't go that route unless we had no other choice. But if I have a human attendant, that would mean I'd have to be an upper-class fairy. Which would also make me Gorgon's owner and... Would just be pretend. Or were you actually hoping to make him your pet? No, I couldn't pretend, it's fine. I'm still much too young for that. Great, then it's settled. Gorgon, Artoria is going to be your owner for a while. It'll be the safest way to travel here. Think you could play along? Thanks for doing this, Artoria. Okay, if you're sure you want me for this, then I'll do it. Besides, we've come this far, so I certainly don't mind traveling it together a little more. In fact, looking on the bright side, this is actually making one of my childhood dreams come true. Oh, what dream would that be? The same dream every fairy who grows up in the country has. Joining the ranks of upper-class city folk. Yeah, he didn't like that. Hey there, my good Salisburians. How are all you this fine day? That's right, it is I, Oberon, the Fairy King of the Autumn Woods, the missionary of peace, flowers, and fairy tales, here to grace you with my boisterous presence. Hey, Oberon, glad to see you're doing well. Nice to have you back in Salisbury again. Just make sure you don't put anything on our tab today, you hear? Oberon, I knew coming to day drink was a good idea. Oi, when you paid back the money I lent you. I still have to thank you for your help the other day, Oberon. Your advice really got the trees in my backyard to settle down. I'm still waiting for you to pay me back, though. Lovely, Oberon. You have some time to spare, right? You simply must attend our tea party today. I'm still waiting for you to pay me back, though. There's the poor little prince with the 10,000-year tab. Don't worry, I'll cover this round. I'm still waiting for you to pay me back, though. I'm noticing a pattern here. An ever so slight pattern, maybe. Will you all cut that out? Stop pointing out how popular I am. I'm here with some important friends today. Save the money talk for another time, alright? We know. Don't worry, we're all just joking. You've enriched our lives way more than the Queen's banknotes ever could. We're happy to treat you. What was that about? 10,000-year tab? So you're poor even though you call yourself a king? Well, yes, my financials are a little lean just now. Bluntly, I'm flat broke. But wait, what do you expect? When I was summoned to Fairy Britain, all I had on me was this cloak. I woke up in a forest piled high with dead leaves with literally nothing to my name. Usually in a situation like that, I'd be too bummed to do anything but wait for help from proper human history. But since I arrived first, I knew there were things I needed to take care of. Fairies thrive on what they find things interesting, so I went around putting on shows in the various cities here. I sang songs, riled up crowds, told fairy tales, entertained housewives, and livened up the nights.
What do you mean entertain housewives? I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that.
Over time, the people of Britain came to know me as the regal fairy king of a fief nobody's heard of. Well, at least in the major cities, anyway. Oh, so I didn't know about you because I'm from the countryside. Sorry about that. I'll try to branch out more from now on. Still, this was a hard-fought battle in its own right. Can you imagine what it was like for me to have to act like nobility without any actual capital? I can. I can recall the few dozen times I've lied about my station so I could sing love songs to a beautiful woman I met at a tavern. And indeed, there is nothing quite so tense as that. As a fellow poet, Oberon, I have the greatest respect for what you've accomplished here. I don't suppose you'd be willing to give me a few in-depth lessons on how to roll fairy style, would you? If you'd really like to learn from me, I'd be glad to teach you what I know. Besides, with your music backing me up, I bet I'd be able to expand my clientele even more. Now I see, you're both scoundrels who can't be trusted around women. Bro, what was that fucking face? Anyway, where should we sit, Oberon? My favorite table is the round one in the back on the raised floor. It's hard for other customers to see there, and it gives you a full view of the whole pub. Now, how about we start with a toast of fruit water? Excuse me, cutie, are you the new server? Let the owner know we'll be using the table in the back, okay? Oh, and we'd also like to order 4 apple waters. Oh, so that's where she went. You got it, I'll have them ready in just a moment. Huh? Huh? Da Vinci? Whoa, no way, Gorgon, it's really you! Bruh. Well, we found her. Oh man, you'll never believe what happened to me. So after we got separated in the fog, I let my instincts lead me, and that brought me right back to the beach. Luckily, that beach was far enough away from the foggy woods that I was able to follow the coastline east. Eventually, I caught sight of Salisbury here and figured I ought to be able to learn more in a populated city. Then when I got here, an angel far too good for this world just appeared on my pub's doorstep. She was very unsteady on her feet, but I could still see the fire in her deep blue eyes when she said, "What a lovely place, would you let me work here for the rest of my life?" I never said that. What I said was, I'm looking for my companions, but first, could I have a glass of water, remember? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know. You're welcome to work here forever. Yes, I heard you the first 100 times, Mike. Now, back behind the counter, I'll teach you to make cocktails later. Da Vinci, my perfect angel. Fucking weirdo. Anyway, that's my story. I'm glad you're okay, Gorgon. You too, Tristan. Although, it looks like you still haven't found Mash yet. I see. You must be the other servant Gorgon was talking about. It's an honor to meet a renowned genius like yourself, Leonardo da Vinci. Who are you? I'm guessing the fact that you know my name means you're a servant for proper human history? I'm Oberon. Oberon the Fairy King. Now, I guess here it's more of an aspirational title. It's nice to meet you, Da Vinci. I'm Artoria Castor. I met Gorgon in the Nameless Woods. To make a long story short, I'm going around with Gorgon pretending to be his owner. Seriously? That's hilarious! Thanks, Artoria. That must be a huge weight off Gorgon's shoulders. But hey, you're a British fairy too, right? You've probably got some idea of what it is we're doing here by now. But you're helping Gorgon, so does that mean you're good with it? Well, more or less. Honestly, I didn't really even get half of what Gorgon and Oberon told me. But I do know that Gorgon was telling the truth. I wouldn't feel right about abandoning someone in trouble when it's within my ability to help them, and honestly, it's kind of seemed like fun. Gotcha, then it should be okay to speak frankly here. So how'd you end up here, Gorgon? Well, to make a long story short, I shoved a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass. Wow, sounds like you guys had a hell of a time in that forest. I'm glad you made it out of here, okay? Thanks for keeping him safe, Tristan. You too, Oberon. Artoria. So we still don't know much about Britain. We have no idea where Mash is. But we do know that she's still alive, and Oberon is flat broke. Okay, now that we're all on the same page, we can figure out what to do next. You made the right call, Oberon. We shouldn't be wandering aimlessly around Britain right now. What we need to do is set up a base of operations here in Salisbury where we can gather information and tackle our problems one at a time. Our top priority right now is finding Mash, so we'll need to look for info on a girl wearing iron armor. While we do that, we should also learn more about Britain and the lives of the fairies who live in it. What did you have in mind for the base? You have a place of your own here? I sure do. This pub doubles as an inn. Well, technically they just copied a man-made inn without knowing what it was for. So I taught Mike about inns and how to put all the extra rooms he's got here to good use. And as a little reward for my services, I gotta take 3 of the second floor rooms for myself. I knew we'd eventually find each other and that we'd need a Chaldea frontline base when we did, so that's why I went ahead and made one. Well, I'm impressed, Da Vinci. And I know Lancelot would be especially blown away by what you've done here. Is this Lancelot person also a young girl? I like both those options. Oh shit. This is great. I can already tell this Da Vinci friend of yours will be a huge help. Alright, since it seems like you guys have things well in hand now, I think I'll take my leave. I've actually got a lot of other things I still have to do. You're going off on your own, Oberon. Yep, I'm gonna see what I can find out about this Mash girl. Not to mention, we also need more information about Britain as a whole. Now that you Chaldeans have come here, things are definitely going to change. And since we still don't have many allies on our side yet, I want to make sure we know where things stand in every region. But we'll see you soon, right? Of course, especially now that I know where I can find you all. Don't worry, the next time you see me, I'll have good news. In the meantime, I suggest you all get acclimated to Britain sooner than later. Well, damn, he sure didn't waste any time. I'm glad he's on our side, but he definitely dances to the beat of his own drum, doesn't he? Indeed, and the colorful outfit of his speaks to me. Tells me he is without a doubt the same kind of poet as me. How this gladdens me. So what should we do now? I could show you around Salisbury if you like. Thanks, but I think we should take the rest of the day off. You all walked a long way to get here, after all. Please go ahead and make yourselves comfy in the rooms I mentioned. Gorgon, you take a room for yourself, Tristan and I will share another. And Artori, you could use the other room I set aside for Mash. I knew I was right not settling for just 2 rooms. Oh, I also put up some magecraft barriers in the room, so we won't have to worry about being overheard. I recognize that Da Vinci wink. Really? I can have a whole room all to myself? For free? Hooray! I've always wanted my own room. I can't wait to get all comfy. Thank you, Da Vinci. Gosh, you, proper human history? Fairies are all so generous. This is great. And now she's gone, too. I know I didn't touch on this before, but she's pretty different from the Artori we know, isn't she? Yeah, she is. From what I've seen so far, we should consider her an entirely separate person from King Arthur. Artoria Pendragon, the King of Britain in proper human history. Yep, which is one more thing I'd like to discuss up in our room, if you two don't mind taking this there. It's better if we discuss proper human history stuff just among ourselves. You really can't be too careful here. Alright, let's begin by sharing what we've learned, starting with this version of Britain. You probably got a sense of this yourselves on your way to Salisbury. But this Lostbelt is very different from all the others we've seen so far. It doesn't look at all like an alternate path human history could have taken, especially since humans aren't the dominant species here. So far as I could tell, this world consists almost entirely of fairies. In Russia, a huge cold snap made it impossible for the human species to survive as they were, so they were forced to adapt and evolve. In Scandinavia, the Twilight of Gods, aka Ragnarok, happened during the Age of Gods, and both gods and people alike were in sharp decline afterward. China was ruled by a single Zenrin, or a true human, and became the sole nation state in the entire world. India was converging in on itself through endless cycles of reincarnation, only for the whole world instead of individual people. And in Greece, humankind was completely dominated by gods who never died out. While all of them were dead ends, they were all still human worlds. No matter how different they may have been from our timeline, they still all had human societies that suited their environments in the year 2019. But that's not the case here. This is very much not a human world. For one thing, there is no world outside of Britain. It's not like the other Lostbelts where we just couldn't see the outside world thanks to the storm walls. There's just nothing in this world at all besides Britain. No other continents, and definitely no other nations. So as long as we're here, the whole planet consists of nothing but the Isle of Britain and the sea. And that means it's basically another world with no relation to human history. Yep, given what we know now, that's the only way to describe it. Over the last few days, I've been asking various fairies about what things were like between Britain and other countries, but the very idea of other countries was alien to them. So that tells me there must be some strange circumstance that caused this place to become a fairy Britain. Excuse me. Figuring out what that is will be the key to beating, no, unraveling this Lostbelt. Hold on, if there aren't any other European countries here, does that mean every fairy in this land comes solely from the Isle of Britain? Yep, that's a great question, Tristan. If there are no other lands in this world, it follows that no fairy legends from those places would be imported here. But luckily, there's still a little thing called human history convergence. What that means is, as long as a fairy once existed on Earth, their existence will remain even if their form and history are different. So even in this fairy Britain, we have fairies from various European legends showing up in different forms. Basically, the ecosystems are similar, even if the environments aren't. Since this is still the same planet Earth, there are inevitably going to be similar life forms, civilizations, and large-scale events. Similar life forms, huh? Yep, Fairy Britain may be nothing like the Britain we know, but despite that, the two Britons have a surprising number of things in common. Things like city names, fairy names, even the name of this world's queen. Remember that huge castle to the north you saw on the way here? It belongs to High Queen Morgan, ruler of Fairy Britain. And it probably won't surprise you to learn that its name is Camelot. That's right, here the same castle that symbolized British peace and proper human history. That was home to King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, belongs to Morgan. The strongest, most despised witch in British history, and the one indirectly responsible for King Arthur's death and Britain's downfall. I did hear her name a few times on the way here, but man. Yep, as far as I've been able to find out, Morgan's ruled Fairy Britain for almost 2,000 years. There are 6 different fairy clans here: Wind, Earth, Fang, Mirror, Wing, and one other. They waged war with each other constantly for thousands of years, until Morgan used evil magecraft to defeat them, subjugated half of the clans through force, and united all of Britain. Afterwards, she gave the humans of this world a limited degree of freedom, made them build a foundation for civilization, and developed this imitation society over the course of the last 2,000 years. Morgan. So even in this Lostbelt, she's still trying to... But no, I suppose I shouldn't say that. I'm sure this Morgan is a different person from the one we know. So what exactly is her reign like? Since she calls her castle Camelot, does that mean it's fair and just in a way King Arthur would be proud of? No, it's pretty horrible. She has strict limits on the number of humans that can be born each year, and she rules the fairies with an iron fist. Every fairy that lives in an urban area is inscribed with Morgan's curse, command spells, as part of their civic duty. And every year, fairies inscribed with these command spells are forced to donate some of their vitality. Magical energy, essentially. They call it the existence tax. And any fairy who can't pay it, essentially who can't provide enough magical energy to satisfy Morgan, are killed right then and there. Apparently when she first took the throne, Morgan told the fairies, "I offer neither absolution nor salvation. I demand only that you obey without question or hesitation. Show me your fealty in word and action, and I shall keep Britain safe." Any fairies who can't handle this state of affairs and becomes unable to work are either taken into Camelot and dealt with there, or they escape the cities and run away to lands no one else knows about. So that's why those fairies were there. Such an impressive regime is bound to spark opposition. But even so, Morgan has maintained her iron grip on Britain for 2,000 years. Yep, which just goes to show how powerful she must be. She takes half the soul of every fairy in Britain each year, and there's still no fairies able or willing to stand up to her. That said, there are some positive sides to Morgan's reign. Remember those black things we fought near the shore? The fairies call them Moors, and they're one of the calamities that have been plaguing Fairy Britain since its inception. Occasionally, fairies that lose their purpose or their spark end up turning into these Moors creatures. Moors are essentially the fairies' natural predators. Just touching one is enough to infect a fairy, ultimately transforming them into a Moors too. Hey zombies, let's go! It's kind of like a disease that only affects fairies. And the Moors aren't the only calamity Britain has to regularly contend with. There are lots of others that pop up on a regular basis. And Morgan's, the High Queen's army is constantly fending him off. Morgan may be a cold and ruthless ruler, but she's also the sword that keeps Britain safe. The fairies may fear and hate her, but they also depend on her. And that's the current state of the Fairy Britain. Sounds like Morgan's definitely the Lostbelt's king, then. Yep, that seems like a very safe assumption, which means she'd also have to be the one who used Rungniomad. That spell was so powerful it reached Olympus from here, no one else could have cast it. Though, of course, that unfortunately also means Beryl Guts is involved with Morgan somehow. So I'd say that makes our chances of peaceful negotiation with her basically nil. I see. Then we have our reasons for defeating her. Yep, though we may have a hard time getting into Camelot since apparently no one can enter it without her permission. That said, even Morgan's reign isn't perfect. In fact, there's new hope going around Britain right now. As luck would have it, we showed up here at the exact right time, just as things are about to change. So what's this new hope? And does it involve any wars in the stars? Ugh. My leg's asleep. Okay. The Child of Prophecy. Specifically, a child whose existence was prophesied by the head of the now extinct Mirror Clan right before they disappeared. From what I heard, it went something like this. 16 years from now, a savior shall appear. Guided by the staff of selection, the true king will take the throne. When the 6 bells ring out, the false queen will fall. Alongside Fae and humans, the savior will bring an end to this false history. So what do you think? Sounds vaguely familiar, right? It's got credibility out the wazoo too, since the Mirror Clan's prophecies have never once been wrong. The High Queen's been trying to prevent the inevitable by rounding up every fairy who turned 16 this year. But the fact that this Child of Prophecy hunt is still going on proves that she still hasn't caught them. Suffice to say, between the Moors and the Child of Prophecy alone, the cracks are showing in the High Queen's reign. So if we play our cards right, we might just be able to negotiate with Morgan after all. That said, finding Mash definitely comes first. For the time being, you should rest up and recover your strength. Then tomorrow we can start gathering information. Quietly and casually, of course, so as not to arouse suspicion. Oh man, it feels like forever since I last laid down on a soft bed. Twigs and leaves don't make for a good bed. Ah, damn fairies. British Lostbelt. Hi, Queen Morgan. Artoria. Oberon. Wrong order, asshole. Mash, wherever you are, please be safe. Okay, I think we could use some rest too. Servants might not need to sleep, but it's still tiring to be constantly watching out for threats, right? I mean, you never took your fingers off your bowstrings even once that entire time. Guess that's why you were a knight of the round table, huh? Heh. Just your noticing that suggests I must need rest as well. But not just yet. But please, don't refrain from resting on my account, Da Vinci. You may be a servant too, but you're also a being living in the here and now, just like Gorgon. So go on, get some sleep. Don't worry, it's my duty to protect you as well as him. Gotcha. I guess I should have expected that kind of consideration from Tristan, the child of sadness, and the most handsome knight of the round table. Okay then, I think I'll take you up on that. Honestly, I was pretty beat. By all means. But first, I just have one request for you. I don't want to take too much of your time, but before you fall asleep, I was hoping you could tell me about the Sixth Singularity. Specifically, I would like to hear about the version of me who was summoned there, and what I was doing in the holy city of Camelot. Ooh. Basically, you were pretty fucking good. Fighting 3 servants at once? Like, damn. Oh, a saber. Good morning, everyone! My gosh, that bed was just so comfortable. Glad to hear it. That makes all the trouble I went through to get the mattress just right worth it. Fairy beds are just imitations of real beds, so the mattresses might as well have been boulders before I adjusted them. I'm here as well. If you'd like, I'd be happy to play a song to help you all wake up. Morning, everyone. You're going out, Dabinky? You're not going to wait tables with your beautiful roller skating today? Sorry, I'm off to do some sightseeing, but don't worry, I'll help out in the afternoon. Oh, right. That was our deal, wasn't it? Hey, you there. I don't know which clan you're from, but you'd better not tire Dabinky out, you hear? Maybe you should learn how to pronounce her fucking name right. Huh? What's up, Gorgon? Something on your mind? I was just wondering what's up with the sky. Oh, that? Yeah, I was surprised by that at first, too. The weather here never changes. It's got one sky pattern for day and another for night, and that's it. It does supposedly rain here sometimes, but apparently it's just always cloudy here. No blue skies. Huh? Blue skies? Your Britain's skies turn blue sometimes? Oh yes, when there are no clouds in the sky, it becomes a beautiful shade of blue as far as the eye can see. Well, that's not to say these skies aren't beautiful in their own right. So the same color as blue bells then? That's what your skies look like? Wow. Then your world must be pretty bright and very bright and beautiful. The kind of place where everyone always smiles and helps one another, no matter how hard life gets. How do we tell her? How do we tell her, chat? Let me just say this, capitalism evil. Alright, anyways, shall we start gathering information then? Oh, and I need to pretend to be Gorgon's owner, right? Oh, then maybe I'll try acting like a big shot and go into one of those restaurants I've heard so much about. Did you know they won't even let you into a Woodwoses without an attendant? That was... I don't know why that gave me a tough time. Hey, as long as there are a lot of fairies there, I'm good with whatever. Okay, so let's scope the place out while we pretend to just be taking a walk. We'll also want to keep our ears peeled for any juicy rumors and talk to people ourselves at times. Have I heard about anything about a fairy in iron armor? What, you guys interested in joining the High Queen's army? Don't bother, nothing good will come from joining them now. This is the year Einsel prophesies about, remember? The Child of Prophecy will appear this year and bring salvation to all. Who knows, maybe the High Queen will finally cut us a break on our taxes if she actually takes a few licks for once. Huh? You're not looking to join? You're looking for a lost companion? Afraid we can't help you then. Iron armor? You won't find anything like that here. You'll have to go to Norwich for iron. They ought to still be making those silly weapons up there. At least if Spriggan hasn't shut down the mine. What kind of weapons, you say? What else? Swords, spears, bows, axes? You know, the usual. I swear, I never thought I'd see the day fairies would use iron weapons of all things. What could the High Queen be thinking? Still, at least the Child of Prophecy should do something about all that. We just gotta be patient a little longer. Hey, have you guys heard the latest about the Calamity Pool in Norwich? They say Norwich's sky is pitch black now, even during daytime. There's no way they're going to last much longer there, not with such a calamity president. I mean, between all the iron, soot, noise, and humans there, they have no one to blame but themselves. But even so, I just can't help but worry. I mean, what are we going to do if Norwich refugees decide to come here to Salisbury? We have so much history here, and we've got too many Earth Clan fairies as it is. But Lady Aurora is so kind, I can't imagine her turning them away. You're looking for something? Are you searching just in Salisbury or all of Britain? If it's all of Britain, these fairies here aren't going to be much help. It's so nice here in Salisbury that nobody ever wants to leave. If you want to know what's going on in the other cities, you'll just have to visit them yourself. Oh, but you don't have wings, do you? Well, that rules that out then. If the Moors get you, it's all over. Anyway, I wonder what tonight's festival is going to be about. I hope it's another play about the Child of Prophecy and the Evil Witch. I love the part where the High Queen and her dog knight finally get what's coming to them. Bow wow. Well, that was disappointing. I mean, I wasn't really expecting to find a solid lead in just one day. But all anyone wanted to talk about was the Child of Prophecy. They barely even listened to what we had to say. Indeed, that last fairy even tried to get us to buy some questionable Child of Prophecy merchandise. I haven't seen a whole city so feverishly excited about something other than Christmas. The Child of Prophecy craze, Sounds like there's a lot of money to be made there. This just goes to show how much people are counting on them. Yeah, the only other thing these fairies wanted to talk about besides the Child of Prophecy were the rumors going around about Norwich, the eastern port town. I gotta say, it's made me really curious about this Child of Prophecy too. I wonder what kind of fairy they are. If they really are planning to fight Morgan like the prophecy says, maybe we could even convince them to help us. What do you think? Should we try looking for this Child of Prophecy as well as Mesh? Any fairy can get the other fairies so excited must be incredibly strong and brave. Good day, everyone. I'm back once again. Oh, not as many customers today, I see. Over here, Oberon. Hey there, having a little lunch after your morning walk around the city, huh? Anyway, it looks like you're all having fun. Hope you don't mind if I join you. I'm a passable fighter at best, but I'm a master of killing with compliments. Much more peaceful that way. Here, I'll show you. Before long, I'll be heaping so much praise on Artorias, she'll be begging me for mercy. Artoria? Why? Huh? You mean you haven't told them yet, Artoria? Child of Prophecy everyone's on about. That's her. I just assumed you knew since she's got King Arthur's name and all. Cat's out of the bag! I mean, yeah, the thought did cross my mind once I heard you were named Artoria. But still, you? Artoria? Really? I mean, let's be real. You have less magical energy than most fairies, right? You might have better magical circuits than a human. Well, since you're a fairy, I guess they'd be Age of Gods patterns? Anyways, they're still below average for a fairy. Hell, even Mike there must be stronger than you, so how can you be the child of prophecy meant to defeat the High Queen? Mood. Alright, I'll give that one to you, translate team. Localization. Fuck. I know you're right, it doesn't make much sense, does it? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I know it's not right that someone like me is carrying around the staff of selection. Still, it's not like we know for certain that I'm the child of prophecy. There's a chance I might not be. Besides, I don't really have the guts to fight the High Queen, or the drive, or the determination. I don't belong to any of the clans either, and I have so little magical energy that I have to fudge it with magecraft. I can't even get close to the bells I'm supposed to ring. I mean, I do plan to do the best I can in spite of all that. But let's just say it's a very uphill battle. Honestly, I still don't know why I was chosen. You don't think you can do this, Artoria? I don't know. All I can say is that if I really am the child of prophecy, then there must be some way for me to fight. That's why I was born and how I was raised. Oh, who am I kidding? I'm completely hopeless! The last time I came to Salisbury was to meet with the head of the Wind Clan. But I ended up deciding to try Manchester next because nobody here would even give me the time of day. I see, so that's why you didn't say anything sooner. Fairies can sense how much magical energy you've got at a glance, so I'm sure they only laughed when you told them you were the child of prophecy. They probably swallowed you something fierce. They did, so I thought I'd start by convincing the head of the clan who I was. But they just turned me away at the gate. The head of the Wind Clan, huh? That'd be Aurora. Personally, I think you're pretty great as you are now, but I can see why you'd feel a need to boost your prestige. Well, if that's the only problem, I can take care of it right now. What do you mean by that, Oberon? I mean, I can get you a meeting with Aurora if you want. He got the connections, he got the riz. There, you see how easily we got in? Take a look. This is the heart of Salisbury, the home of its great bell. S Cathedral, the oldest and largest building in all of Fairy Britain. Now then, Aurora's room is on the top floor, so what say we start heading up? I've already sent word of our arrival, so we shouldn't have any trouble with the Whoop, hang on. Good day, King of the Autumn Woods. Your visit is sudden and unexpected, but we welcome you here all the same. However, it seems I must remind you that this cathedral is the holy ground where kings and queens are made. The esteemed site of High Queen Morgan's coronation 2,000 years ago. As such, regardless of how much affection Lady Aurora may have for you, I cannot allow such lowly creatures as humans to enter attendance or not. Guards, to me, capture these unidentified fairies and that disgusting human. If the human submits, very well. However, should he attempt to resist or flee, dispose of him. Wow, fuck all y'all. That goes for Oberon too, of course. You needn't show him any leniency. We've received complaints about him from pubs across the city demanding that he pay his tabs. My, this isn't how I expected things to go. Oberon! If those are your orders, Lady Coral, then we'll gladly comply, but are you sure about this? Lady Aurora told us to let him through right away. He seemed thrilled about his visit. Don't you talk back to me. You may have been chosen to be guards, but you're still mere humans. Know your place. Unless, of course, you'd rather I turned you into rabbits so you don't have to be human anymore. No, my lady. I'm very sorry about this, Lord Oberon. It really is nothing personal. We're just doing our jobs. It seems we have no choice but to do battle, even though their hearts clearly aren't in it. Come, Gorgon. Let's show them how strong we truly are. Okay. Let's get him. Ishtar?
女神モード降臨。たっぷり性能を披露するといたしましょう。はい、NSS サービスです。お参りしていきます。日向の匂い、火薬の匂い、そのように。失礼、こちらの話です。さあ、起立しなさい。高くついたわね。狙いは決まった？いいわ。狙いは決まった？
This guy's about to get fucking blasted. Yup.
飛ぶわよ。まだ。ゲートオープン。光栄に思いなさい。これが私の全力先生。打ち砕けアンガルダ・キカルシュ。
Ishtar Chris are fucking terrifying, man.
セット。人間の火力では
Useless goddess my
どうあっ
ass.
ても私には及びません。おとなしく我が社に入いいね。我が軍門に下りなさい。
You see that, Coral? You see what Gorgon and I are capable of? This is what happens when you look down on people for being human or having no money. Probably not a good time to point out that Oberon was just standing behind them cheering. Very well, it would seem that human is indeed not your typical expendable worker. And Lady Aurora does love rare and unusual things. It's part of what makes her so strong. Alright, just this once I'll grant you an audience with her. But don't let this go to your head. Rare and unusual things are only interesting the first time you see them. Once the novelty wears off, they become worthless. If I were you, I'd try to make the most of this good fortune, as you won't have many other such chances in the future. Okay. Hello, Oberon. What delightful story do you have for me today? You know so very many things. I'm sure it must be something special. Whatever it is, I can't wait to hear it. I could use some cheer after all the unfortunate news recently. Dang. She hot. Why, yes, I have two things for you today. One is something you absolutely must know. The other is a request for a small favor. But don't worry, I won't take up much of your time at all. That said, could I first make a somewhat selfish request? You see, I'd like to keep what I'm about to tell you just between us. You don't mind keeping secrets, right? Oh my, you are a naughty one, aren't you? I don't usually care for scary stories. But teehee, a little thrill does sound like fun. Would you give us some privacy, Coral? Lady Aurora? It's alright, I know we can trust them, so it's only right I answer in kind. As you wish, please don't hesitate to call for me if you change your mind. You have to forgive Coral, she's a very proud girl and she can be quite inflexible. She probably gave you a very harsh welcome again, didn't she? I'm just glad to see you're not hurt. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, friends of Oberon. I am Aurora, head of the Wind Clan and Lord of Salisbury. Now, what did you come to tell me today? Well, I guess it's no surprise that the whole mood just changed in here. Figure she didn't become head of the clan through her beauty alone. Well, you see, there's a stranded friend of ours we've not been able to find. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. How many years has it been since a human spoke so frankly to me? Oh, how delightfully different. Tell me, what's your name? Are you a free citizen? What kind of pedigree do you, I'm so sorry, you already serve this fine young fairy, don't you? Oh goodness, how rude of me. Really, Aurora, you must do something about your tendency to take in every stray human you find. Otherwise, you'll eventually have every human in Britain living in Salisbury. And I'm sure you don't need any more resistance from your fellow clan members, seeing how you're the only one who favors coexistence. Yes, I know, you're right, of course. But when I saw those big puppy eyes of his begging me for help, well, I just couldn't resist. Good grief. This is exactly why I brought him to see you to begin with. Remember what I told you before about Chaldea and the other world called proper human history? Well, this boy here is the master of Chaldea, and the two people behind him are servants, not fairies. Oberon? Don't worry, it's okay. Aurora here may be from Fairy Britain, but she thinks a lot like the fairies of proper human history. And while she'd never come out and say it, she's not happy with the state of things in Britain either, right? It's been 2,000 years now since Britain fell into Morgan's hands. And you've been here watching it unfold every step of the way. You think it's time for Morgan's reign to end, regardless of what that end takes. I remember how your eyes sparkled with hope when I told you about the outside world. Gorgon here has come to Britain solely to defeat Morgan. He's not even thinking about what happens afterwards. Suffice to say, he also has no intention of ruling in Morgan's place once she's gone. Once the Chaldeans leave, whether Britain lives or dies will be for you and your fellow fairies to decide. Chaldea is definitely not going to care if you try to save what's left of it. They'll gladly stay out of your way. Morgan is their only concern, nothing more. So it would seem. While that girl in the back doesn't seem very happy that you're telling me this boy here isn't denying anything you say. So you're travelers from another world, a Britain that went down the right path. It's still hard to believe, but maybe this too is Einsel's guidance at work. Either way, one thing is clear. Since we both have our own troubles, it's only right that we help one another. Gorgon, was it? You have my permission to act in Salisbury however you see fit, even if your actions should be in opposition to the land of the Fae. If you're looking for a lost companion, then I'll lend you the eyes of my fellow wind fairies in the other cities. I can't contact my compatriots in Norwich at the moment, but I will have my wind fairies in Oxford, Gloucester, and New Darlington, and Camelot help you in your search. You need only tell Coral what your companion looks like. I just hope my clan can be of assistance. Wow, thank you so much. All that said, I'd still like to keep this relationship of ours on the down low for the time being. After all, you are the head of the clan. If Morgan finds out you've sided with Chaldea in proper human history, she may have all the Wind Clan fairies killed. So this collaboration should be kept quiet so we can deny knowing anything about each other in case things come to that. All the Wind Clan fairies dead, so not even you could defeat High Queen Morgan if you faced her directly. No, I couldn't. She could wipe us all out with one flick of her finger. I see. Gosh, she's really something, isn't she? Oh yeah, she's a very special fairy. The only one who could hope to defeat her is the Child of Prophecy from Einsel's last prediction. It's too bad this child has yet to reveal himself. I can only hope they come save us as soon as possible. Devious smile. How right you are, Aurora. I may very well be about to make your day. There's someone I'd like you to meet. Huh? What are you doing, Oberon? Please stop, stop. That's right. Artoria here is none other than the Star of Hope who hails from Tintagel. Born alongside the staff of selection that will bring Morgan to justice, she's the one, the only Child of Prophecy. Go on now, don't be so shy. Oberon! And he's dead. You do have some delightful friends, Oberon. I'd love to be tackled to the ground like that myself sometime. Why, thank you. I can't say I expected such a direct method of silencing me either. Still, Artoria would never say anything if I hadn't put her on the spot like that. She's kind of a late bloomer, you see, and she's still not confident about being the child of prophecy. So we were hoping you might be able to offer her your seal of approval. Say, for example, maybe she could ring one of the bells mentioned in the prophecy? Wow, even I wouldn't have come up with that. Impressive. No, that I'm afraid I can't allow. While there is indeed a bell said to be the voice of the Wind Clan right above this room, I can only let her ring it once she has proven herself to me. Words alone will not suffice. She will need to demonstrate her abilities, so there can be no question. You said your name was Artoria, yes? And it seems you do indeed have the Staff of Selection. I still don't understand what the Staff of Selection truly signifies. The only one who does is Einzel, the head of the Mirror Clan, and no one has seen any member of the Mirror Clan for years. All I can do is see for myself whether you have the makings of a king. And how exactly do you propose to do that? Oh my, what a lovely voice, and here I thought you may be mute. Very well then, out of respect for those dulcet tones, I'll tell you my conditions. Artoria, Gorgon, I would like you two to show me that there is still hope for our world. So here's my test to see if Britain can still be changed. As you know, we fairies are plagued by a dark fate. Every 100 years, a calamity befalls us, a curse that not even Morgan herself has been able to dispel. For the last few months, there has been a powerful Moors current winding its way through Norwich, a calamity pool. If you two can rid Norwich of this calamity, then I will gladly give you access to Salisbury's Bell. Oh, no problem. Just gotta end a whole ass calamity. No biggie. It'll be fine. Ugh, you know what? I'll be right back. I gotta get water, all that good stuff. I'm back. Water's restocked, and I'm ready to rock. So she wants us to get rid of the calamity in Norwich, huh? I didn't think she'd be the one to bring it up. What is the calamity in Norwich? I don't know about much about these calamities either, since I've never seen one for myself, but I have heard plenty of stories. Apparently, they're a kind of natural disaster that befalls Fairy Britain every 100 years. Heard about these calamities too, but I've also already told Gorgon about them. Norwich is a port town in eastern Britain, and apparently it's been showing signs that it'll be the home of the next calamity for a few months now. They say there's a ton of black soot rising in the air that's gathered around, like, above it like rain clouds. Aurora said she'd permit us to ring the bell as long as we can resolve this calamity, right? So we need to disperse these clouds of soot, huh? Unfortunately, I never learned any magecraft that could do that. Well, that's okay. Norwich is a tall enough order that I think we can forget about it for the time being. Right now, our top priority is finding MASH. And now that Aurora is helping us do that, we should receive some word of her whereabouts in a few days. So all you guys need to do is wait at the end until then. And again, doing nothing might not be the best use of our time, Okay, I'll send you a list of things you can do to earn money and gather information later then. Later? Why later? Well, you know, I thought about what Coral said, and I probably should see about paying my tithes before I start racking up more. Okay, that's all for now. I'll see you all again in 3 days. There. I should get them to rest up in Salisbury at least a little more. Meanwhile, I've got my work cut out for me. First, I'll need to find out what's going on in Norwich. Oh, welcome back, Blanca. How's the situation up north? How far have Riab's forces advanced? Huh? Another child of prophecy has shown up there. I definitely wasn't expecting that. Einzel didn't say anything about there being 2 of them in her prophecy. This puts Artori in an even more precarious position. I thought I'd have more time. Yes, of course Artori is the real child of prophecy. That much was never in doubt. But it won't matter who the real one is. What matters will be who the fairies believe is the real one. Still, it's not all bad. Let's focus on the silver lining here. A false child of prophecy in the north is bound to draw Morgan's attention. Which means Artori and Gorgon should be safe for now. That'll give me time to ensure they grow stronger. They're not ready for Norwich. They'll need to experience Britain for themselves and gain the power to adapt to and conquer its challenges. We really have time for that, you say? You're a tough crowd, aren't you, Blanca? But you have to take your time with the opening act. That's how it was for us at first too, remember? Oh boy. Something wrong, Artoria? Oh no, I'm fine. I was just nervous since I'm not used to speaking with the head of an entire clan. Sorry, I've got a lot on my mind. I think I'm just going to turn in for the night. Let's meet up here again tomorrow morning, okay? Bye for now. Bye. Looks like we'll have to readjust our perceptions of her, too. Come on, Gorgon, Tristan. Let's head back to our room. We should talk about our next moves while it's still safe to do so. Okay, that's everything that's happened so far in a nice, tidy report. It's all yours now, Typhon. Take it away, my little familiar. There, that takes care of our report to the Storm Border. We should hear back from them in about 2 days. Now, let's go over everything we've learned so far. That said, our main topic isn't Morgan, but The child of prophecy who's supposedly going to defeat her, right? Yep, the truth is we've been dropping our guard around her a little too much. At first we thought it was just a coincidence that she shared a name with King Arthur and didn't think about it any further, but we can now say for certain that she is this Lostbelt's King Arthur. I'm sure I don't need to remind you two that Chaldia already confronted the legends about King Arthur in the Sixth Singularity. But I still think it's worth our time to quickly refresh our memories of those legends, just so we're all on the same page. The legend of King Arthur takes place in the 5th century, a time when Britain was in great turmoil. It began with the collapse of the Continental Empire, with the Empire no longer keeping Britain safe. It came under frequent attack by the Saxons, a foreign enemy who crosses the sea to attack British shores. At the time, Britain was an island nation ruled by many different clans and those clans' kings. While there were always constant squabbles between the clans, there was also a war with the Picts up in the north where the clans' kings agreed to work together. But one king created an irreparable rift in this alliance. He used the other clans for his own ends, with the goal of ultimately uniting all of Britain. His name was Vortigern. He was said to be the avatar of a white dragon born from Britain itself, made to bring it to ruin. Vortigern invited the Saxons into the Isle, throwing it into chaos. Londinium, the fortress city that served as the heart of Britain during the Empire's reign, was destroyed. Vortigern then defeated and killed Uther Pendragon, the greatest king in all of Britain. And so Britain entered a dark age, a time where none on the island could escape its imminent destruction. However, hope still remained. King Arthur's most trusted aide, Merlin, the great mage who had long kept Britain safe, told people that this, too, was all part of the prophecy. King Arthur has already chosen his successor. They shall be the next king. Whoever draws the sword of selection from this stone shall be Britain's king. Many knights tried their hand at drawing the sword, but none of them succeeded. It was only once the knights had all left, convinced that the sword of selection was no more than a delusion, that a young squire of 15, a boy who had been raised without ever knowing he was King Arthur's son, came and drew the sword from the stone with no one there to bear witness. That sword was Caliburn. And that boy did indeed go on to become the King of Britain. Arthur Pendragon, the Knight Among Knights. Or as we know her, Artoria Pendragon. After announcing himself as King Arthur's successor, King Arthur assembled the Lords of Britain and led them to 12 magnificent victories against the Saxons. In doing so, he proved himself an invincible king, the undefeated King of Knights. But unbeknownst to him, the Saxons weren't his only enemy. The greatest threat the King of Knights faced came from within his own family. Vortigern, the avatar of the White Dragon, who defeated King Arthur's father, Uther, and brought Britain to its knees. Morgan, the Fairy Queen, who declared it was Britain's very will that she becomes its ruler. Morgan's machinations succeeded in robbing the King of Knights of Caliburn, but the fairies gave him an even greater sword. That sword was Excalibur, a sacred sword forged within the planet's inner sea. In the world of magecraft, it's considered a divine construct, an ultimate weapon meant to destroy that which threatens the very planet. In laying claim to the sacred sword, King Arthur became Britain's savior in both name and deed. After a climatic battle with Vortigern in the ruins of Londinium, King Arthur, with help from the fairies, built the towering white castle of Camelot. Lords from all across the Isle came to Camelot to serve the King of Knights. They became the Knights of the Round Table, where all were treated as equals. It's a bit odd telling the story with Tristan here, but this is how the Knights of the Round Table were formed. Lancelot, the knight from France, blessed by the Lady of the Lake. Gawain, the heir of Orkney, blessed by the sun. Tristan, nephew to the Duke of Cornwall and the Prince of Tragedy. You are also said to be the symbol of the Romantic period. That's right, those were the proud Knights of the Round Table, my cherished friends who filled its 13 seats. Sturdy Percival, Clever Kay, Lord Bedivere, Ernest Gaheris, Kind-hearted Gareth, Agravain the Enforcer, Palamedes the Duelist, Taciturn Mordred, and the greatest knight of all, chosen by the Holy Grail, Galahad the Revelation. In addition to King Arthur, the first seat, you could also count King Pellinore, King Arthur's trusted advisor, and Bors, the future 11th seat, for 15 in total. At any rate, those are the Knights of the Round Table I knew when they were at their peak. Yeah, the Knights of the Round Table's peak is also the happiest time in the legend of King Arthur. While other problems would present themselves in the quest for the Holy Grail and in the decisive battles against the Picts and the Saxons, rather. No Australians here. It was the affair between Lancelot and Guinevere, King Arthur's queen, that changed things forever. Once their affair came to light, the Knights of the Round Table became shadows of their former selves. During an expedition to the Roman Empire, Mordred took advantage of King Arthur's absence and staged a rebellion. That was the beginning of what would later be known as King Arthur's final battle, the Battle of Camlon. It was in this battle that King Arthur drew his final breath. Bedivere personally returned the sacred sword to the fairies, and the final chapter of ancient Britain's history was concluded. After that, King Arthur's body was brought to Avalon, the paradise at the world's end, by the fairies of the lake, as the future king who would one day return to life. And that's the quick and dirty version of the Legend of King Arthur. Thanks for listening. Make sure to click like and subscribe, and also the little bell icon for ending the bit. Yep, I think I've got it. So with all that in mind, let's go back to the British Lostbelt. In proper human history, King Arthur drew the Sword of Selection while he was an unknown boy. And amidst the hope, envy, admiration, and prejudice of the other knights, ascended to the throne as king. Meanwhile, here in Fairy Britain, Artoria may still be unknown and unrecognized, but even so, she wields the Staff of Selection, and she was traveling across Britain on her own as the Child of Prophecy. So she's got the same name, the same face, and the same destiny. No way all that can be coincidence. Which means Artoria Caster is this world's King Arthur. She's destined to be Britain's savior. Britain's savior, huh? But why now? King Arthur saved Britain in the 5th century, but this is 2019. If she really is Britain's savior, shouldn't she have shown up in the distant past? That's the question, isn't it? I'm not sure why her story is taking place now either. But I did overhear one interesting thing from some local fairies. Apparently, the Child of Prophecy is the reincarnation of Ask, the savior, and was sent here to save Britain once again. Ask, as in the world tree from Norse mythology? Yep, or at least it's the same name. See, once Morgan began ruling Britain, she officially named this period of time the Era of the High Queen. And the timing lines up exactly with when proper human history changed to AD. But while proper human history stopped in the year AD 2019 in this world, the year 2019 of the Era of the High Queen is still unfolding. And the previous era, aka BC in proper human history terms, is called the Fey Era. Furthermore, during the Fey Era, there was apparently a fairy who saved Britain from the calamities countless times. Ask the Savior. Apparently there are only a few fairies left who still remember her. Hector the Immortal, Grand Duke Wasteheat Rhynek, Grimir the Sage, and Todorot the First Knight. But they still speak of her legend in hushed tones. So if a savior showed up in this world before, that may mean Fairy Britain has a system for such things. Something akin to the counterforce that the Isle itself uses to fight back when Britain is in danger. And if that's true, it would explain why Artoria was only born now, in this time. Plus, we're going up against High Queen freaking Morgan here. Who else but King Arthur would fight her? A Savior Reborn. Anyway, that took longer than I expected, but now that we've gone over everything, I'm going to make 2 suggestions. First, I think we should continue working with Artoria Caster. While we don't necessarily have to destroy this Lostbelt, it does seem pretty clear that we'll need to face High Queen Morgan at some point. And when we do, having the Child of Prophecy on our side can only work to our advantage. And second, I think we should keep our goal, including Chaldea's whole deal, to ourselves. It's fine to tell her about proper human history. Hell, it'd be impossible to communicate if we didn't. But we shouldn't reveal that we've eliminated 5 other Lostbelts to date. I know it's not the most honest move, but sometimes not laying all your cards on the table is the way to go. Like I said before, there's something strange about this world, even for a Lostbelt, and there's still way too much that we don't know. So until we have a much better understanding of what's going on here, I want to keep our goal at stopping Britain from disappearing. Even if we eventually end up having to fight it after saving it. So we're going to keep all this from Artoria? That's right. I'm sorry, Gorgon. I know it won't be easy for you. But for what it's worth, my intuition is telling me things aren't going to come to that. I have a feeling we're going to save Britain, stop this collapse from destroying our world, and go our separate ways with a smile without ever having to do battle with Britain. You think so, huh? Oddly optimistic there. Alright, what do we got here? Berserkers and Casters. Looking like Drake's time to shine. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Morning, everyone. Hope you don't mind that I had breakfast before you. You've got to try this bread. It's so soft and yummy. Apparently they make it from, oh, right, wheat. You're in a really good mood this morning, huh, Artoria? Cheering myself up when I'm feeling down is my specialty. That's right. Da Vinci taught me how to make it. I had no idea you could use flour like that. All this time I've practically been sitting on a gold mine. So this fairy lives in this grand building, but he is ignorant to the true value of flour. It seems there are significant knowledge gaps between individual fairies. Or rather... Yep, there are basically 2 types of fairies. Those who only superficially copy human civilization, and those who are interested in its inner workings. Most fairies are copiers who are satisfied just playing pretend. The thing about fairies is they can do anything without human technology, so they don't have to know how it works. You know how when cars get more reliable, there's less need for drivers to repair them? And so over time there are fewer drivers who know how their cars work? It's a lot like that. Whenever fairies feel like bread, they can just create some with their own magical energy, easy peasy. But the bread they create that way is just an imitation of bread they've had before, like it was 3D printed. Basically, fairies can't experience culture without some kind of originating data to work from. Even Mike here used to be a typical copier. It was only when I started working here that he began caring about the details. It's true. I was a real dull fairy until I met Da Vinci. But now every day is more fun than the last. I love being alive. I used to think preserving humans was a waste of time, but not anymore. Lady Aurora was right. We need humans if we're going to enjoy our lives. If there's one thing humans are good at, it's making technology. They come up with all sorts of fascinating things you just don't see in nature. Sure, some of those things aren't fun or tasty, like iron and gunpowder. But I've come to think of humans as our equals now. Heck, I'd even say I respect them. When the last owner left this pub to me, I thought it was going to be nothing but a pain in the neck, but now I know better. We need something to live for. Something we want to do for our own sakes, not just to fulfill our purpose. There's no way I'm ever going back to just plain old living again. Well, there you have it. In general, fairies are really pure of heart. Or to put it another way, easily influenced. That's not true, Da Vinci. It's all because of you. Not even Lady Aurora ever got me to change my mind like this. Okay, Bike, in that case, maybe you could learn how to say my name properly already? What do you mean? I am saying it properly. Oh, right, I've also got a message for you guys from Oberon. He said to tell you to come to Salisbury Fields for an important learning experience. Huh? A learning experience? I think I know where this is going. Oh, we're just going straight there. Okay. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
光の子やんすかや登場。雑魚の皆様、お覚悟のほどを。いいじゃないか、かかってきな。お参りしていきます。ええ、そのように。なめてくれてね。こちらの話です。高くつくよ。ここが命の張りどころってね。はいよ。あくまで華麗に。野郎ども。出番だよ。嵐のよワイルドハントの始まりだ。
Oh my god!
いいじゃないか、かかってきな。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。満足させておくれよ。ここが命の張りどころってね。任せな。いかほど。野郎ども、時間だよ。亡霊の群れ、ワイルドハントの始まりだ。仕事とはいえ私も女ですので、実利成績そして趣味を優先で楽しませていただきましたわ。
Perfection. I also just found out I could use the space bar. Ooh. So that's how they're supposed to get rid of those pesky birds. I had no idea. Pesky bee! Nobody's gonna get that. Nobody. I kept just asking them nicely if they would leave, but they wouldn't listen. Fields are delicate things. At times they require bolder tactics. But I also understand and respect your client inclination to not hurt the birds if you don't have to. So I suggest leaving a straw likeness of yourself in your field. It will help to deter such behavior. This way, the birds will mistake that likeness for you and start by attacking that. Which should buy you enough time to do, well, something. Oh my, really? I never would have thought of that. Are you some kind of genius? Well, I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not how scarecrows work, my guy. Was that Was Tristan always like that? Very much. He might seem like he's got his head on straight, but most of the time it's actually up in the clouds. Still, he can be the perfect knight at least as long as he has someone to keep him on track. Anyway, the caveat that they're also fairy-made imitations of human society aside, what did you think of Salisbury's Fields? They're very spacious. Oh shit! Hey, Sickly and Snacko. Peeking out of the corner. I see you. That's not a very convincing Da Vinci voice. Need to sound more Italian. Hey! How's about this? True, regardless of how they got there, the fields themselves are the genuine oracle. Fucking around D2 right now trying to cosplay a space cowboy. Oh boy. Apparently agriculture has been a big deal up in North Britain for a long time now, but it was never too popular in the South. It wasn't until Aurora stepped in that Salisbury finally got serious about it. I've seen small fields back in my village, but I've never seen any so big and open before. I wonder why they weren't more popular up until now. Well, we always had to abandon them whenever the Moors showed up. There aren't many Moors in the north, so there was nothing stopping them from making fields up there. But here in the south, we see Moors all the time, so the only ones who could venture outside the city are really strong fairies. The Fang clan can apparently hold out for a little while by telling themselves that death and war are intertwined. But for weaker fairies like me without any astrality, general knowledge of other worlds, we can't even touch the Moors without putting ourselves at risk. And even if the Moors weren't a problem, we'd still have to remake the fields every 100 years anyway. You're talking about the calamities, aren't you? Are you scared of them too, even though you all live forever? Of course we are. The only fairies who can survive a calamity are the ones allowed to live in Camelot. All the rest of us can do is suffer and disappear. There's not a fairy in all of Britain who doesn't fear the calamities. I'm not even sure how much longer Lady Aurora can hold on to her glow. Not after what happened in Norwich. Make no mistake, now that a calamity has come for Norwich, Salisbury has to be next. And when it does, not even Lady Aurora will survive. What exactly do these calamities consist of? Calamity Ganon. Dude, yeah, we're actually playing Breath of the Wild, surprise guys. Or Tears of the Kingdom, either way. See, it's Link and Link is cross-dressing here, clearly. Got the ears, and got the blonde hair. We are actually just talking to Link right now. Anyway, I'm not sure. The calamities have always been undefined. It's said they take a different form every time they appear. Let's see, I think the last one was the Calamity of Resurrection, which erased all of Darlington. I don't even want to think about what kind of terrifying calamity we'll see next. Why did I have to be born now? Why couldn't my predecessor have held out for just 10 more years? No, never mind that. Why won't the High Queen open up Camelot to all of us? If she would just let us weather the calamities for a year in Camelot, we'd never have to worry. I see, so you also have grievances with the High Queen. You know, there have been anti-Queen movements popping up around the country. If you want to protest her decisions, maybe you could join one of those. Huh? No, I'm not that upset about it. Besides, I can't even imagine defying her. I might be afraid of the calamities, but I'm even more afraid of the Queen's army. There's more to the Queen's power than just having enough magical energy to cover all of Britain, after all. She also has a troop of highly trained fairy soldiers as well as knights under her protection to command them. Tristan of the Bewitched Bow, Gawain of the Sun, and Lancelot the Light of the Lake. As long as those three Tamlin are around, nobody can hope to defy the Queen. Huh? Huh? What? I wonder why they're all so shocked. Emergency meeting now! We need to talk about the three Tamlin that have apparently been serving High Queen Morgan this whole time. Also, you already knew about them, Artoria? Well, sure, everyone in Fairy Britain does. Why, are they a problem? Oh yes, this is as shocking as Sir Bedivere when he first wakes up. Artoria, can you please tell us everything you know about them? Okay, I guess I can cover the basics easily enough. It's stuff every Fae in Britain knows. The three Tamlin are fairies High Queen Morgan is bestowed with names from otherworldly knights. They're the most powerful beings in Fairy Britain, exceeded in magical energy only by the Queen herself. They're also impervious to Moors corruption, so they're the ones who handle them whenever a group of Moors shows up. Huh. Come to think of it, they're known as the Guardians of Britain, sworn to the service of the High Queen. The Knights of the Round Table. A fairy round table. Hey, no fair, I want to say that first. Too bad, too slow. Why, do you have all... God, can't... Do you all have some sort of attachment to the phrase round table or something? We are just talking about a circular table, right? Well, I don't see any way around it. We're just gonna have to tell her about what happened in proper human history. Artoria, our world, also has a version of Morgan. Though in our case it was during the 5th century, about 1600 years ago. There was also a certain king who defeated her, thereby uniting Britain and ushering in an age of peace. That king was known as Arthur, but her true name was Artoria Pendragon. Hey, that's my name. Quite a coincidence. It's not just a coincidence. You two are most likely the same person. What I'm about to say may shock you, but try not to freak out. In our world, you were Britain's great unifier, a king loved and respected by countless knights across the land. That's right, you were the ideal king, chosen by the Sword of Selection and trained by Merlin himself. You did pretend to be a man during your reign, but aside from that, you were the picture of integrity. As King Arthur, you commanded many lords from all across Britain. Think of them as the equivalent of Fairy Britain's 6 clans. And from those lords, you chose the finest knights to be your Knights of the Round Table, a group of warriors with no equal. In fact, full disclosure, Sir Tristan there is one of them. So from our perspective, knowing that the Knights of the Round Table serve Morgan here is like learning that a group of heroes you always looked up to are now working for the baddest of bad guys. Can you blame us for being surprised? Are you listening to me, Artoria? Oh shit, did I forget to turn my eyes off? Oh no! Oh fuck! Oh god, no! I'm so sorry! Anyway. Crap, she's so shocked she froze up. Wow. I guess I really am a child of prophecy then. Part of me always thought that maybe this was all just a big misunderstanding, but now I'm a little more willing to believe it. I mean, Grandfather always said I was born at the same time as the Staff of Selection. Maybe I really can do this after all. In fact, maybe I'll take a page from this, Pendragon person's example and save all of Britain too. Plus, we even have a Knight of the Round Table here. You know, when I first heard you shared a name with that Tristan, I thought you must be a pretty bloodthirsty guy. But now I know you were actually a Knight of the Round Table yourself. That's so cool. Well, I'm certainly glad to hear you speak so highly of... I'm certainly glad to hear you speak so highly of me. What do you mean bloodthirsty? Don't tell me that Tristan here is... He's said to be the coolest, most short-tempered, and wantonly violent of all the fairy knights of the Round Table. Her nicknames are the Fairy Killer and Tristan of the Bloody Heel. They say she's killed almost 400,000 fairies in 100 years since she was appointed as a Tam Lin. But you're nothing like her, Tristan. Seeing you fight beside Gorgon is kind of like, well, watching a flower dancing in the storm. You always maintain your composure and strive to be gallant and do your best, no matter what the circumstances. There aren't many people like that in Fairy Britain. So the fact that you're putting your trust in me, even though we're from different worlds, is really encouraging. That's... Yes. Indeed, that is how I try to conduct myself. That said, I guess there really is more to being a Tamlin than just a title, huh? Hang on. You said that in your world. Tamlin Tristan was appointed 100 years ago, long after Tristan from proper human history. So if this Tristan is the original, that would make the Tamlin an imitation. But that would mean... Has Morgan known about proper human history for more than 100 years? Oh shit. Probably. Yo, chat, get hydrated. Well, I wasn't planning on telling Artoria about King Arthur like this. But I think we should still be fine. Plus, we gotta find out more about the Tam Lin. Really, if we'd run into one of them without any foreknowledge, I think I might have actually died from shock. Anyway, while this Lostbelt's Tristan and Gawain may not look like the ones we know, the fact that they share a name must mean they have many of the same traits as well. So we can expect this Sir Tristan to use Failnaught and Sir Lancelot to wield Erendite. Speaking of Tristan, where'd he go anyway? He's in Artoria's room, said he had something he wanted to talk to her about. You don't wanna what, Snacky? The White Dragon who tried to destroy Britain back when it was still known as the Isle of Ancient Sacraments. Vortigern, the Cowardly King. The fury of Britain and the personification of his desires to reject the age of humanity. And then there was the avatar of the Red Dragon, born and raised in stark contrast to Vortigern. Artoria Pendragon. The king who protected the people of Britain, preserved its kingdom, and established the human world. While fairies in Sacrament may have faded away from Britain as a result, her efforts did succeed at preserving British culture and passing it on to later generations. Strength isn't what made Artoria king. She became king because she fought for Britain's future. That's also why her knights agreed to set aside their differences and join her at the Round Table. That's right. We all saw hope in our king. She was always cool-headed in battle, fair and impartial in politics. And above all, she truly loved all of Britain. Even with her small stature, she would face down enemies many times her size and strength without fear of injury. She sounds like a really amazing king. Indeed she was. I have never known anyone braver or more disciplined or more proud. That said, even she didn't start out as a perfect king. After she drew the Sword of Selection, she trained with Merlin and Sir Kay day and night for years on end. And that is why you needn't try to rush things now, Artoria. It's not a matter of you sharing a name with King Arthur, it's a matter of you sharing her vision. So please, have confidence in yourself. I know you can do this. What a Chad. King Arthur, a truly accomplished version of me from another world. Man, that's amazing. She must have worked so hard. Oh, no changes. I'm back! You should have seen me out there, Mike. I somehow managed to complete 3 tough Oberon quests all in a row. Oh, wow. Sounds like you're getting kind of desperate. Why don't you have an apple water on the house? Thanks, Mike. That's so considerate of you. You're really getting the hang of this pub owner thing. Oh, good at Da Vinci. It's all thanks to you, my perfect angel. First, we arbitrated a dispute between a wind fairy and an earth fairy over who had their right of sunlight on a main road. Then we had to run a safety check on all the mysterious items, which turned out to be a bunch of bouquets that had been sent to the head of the Wind Clan. And finally, we had to subdue an out-of-control wind fairy who had been unlucky in love for the past 30 years and wanted to have a romance with a human. Surprisingly, none of this was at all easy, but that does make completing them all the more satisfying. I was a little nervous at first, but everything worked out great. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You there, the human Gorgon, was it? You've got a guest up in your room, and trust me, she's not the kind of fairy you want to keep waiting. A guest? A seasick Gorgon? Uh-oh. Oh. So this is a human bedroom, hmm? It's not so different from ours. No, that's not right. We wouldn't even have rooms like these if not for humans. Really, we're the ones who should be thanking them. Pardon me. So, you're back, human. You did well at the farm incident yesterday. As a wind fairy myself, you have my thanks. No problem. So is that all you want to say, or...? We may have received word of your missing companion. Every human captured in South Britain is taken to a ranch out west, and a new human was brought there 3 days ago. It may be the one you've been searching for. If you wish to go rescue it, I'll arrange for a guide to show you the way. Tonight, I'll have a few soldiers stationed outside Salisbury. You are to rendezvous with them and finish your rescue before the night is over. I also have a message for you from Lady Aurora. She said, I hope you find your friend there. Thanks, Squirrel. Don't thank me. Thank Lady Aurora. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to my post. I don't know what it is that brought you here, and I know I'm in no position to offer advice. But you should know that the ranch belongs to the High Queen, and that it's very well guarded. Fuck it, we ball! So that's the scoop. Wow, when they said it would take 2 to 3 days, I didn't expect them to actually come through that fast. Impressive. So this human was brought in 3 days ago, huh? Then we don't have a moment to waste. I don't know what kind of facility this ranch is, but now it's not the time for cowardice. I agree. Oberon might not be back yet, but seeing as we have a guide, I'm sure he'd be fine with it. So what are you gonna do, Artoria? This matter really only concerns us, so we'd understand if you'd rather stay behind. I'd be glad to help. Plus, I'm dying to find out what the real Mash is like since I inadvertently used her name for a while. And besides, I'm feeling a lot more confident after these last few days. Be it infiltration, lockpicking, or brewing sleep potions, I'm sure I can handle it just fine now with my Merlin Magecraft. Right, you'll have to tell me more about this Merlin Magecraft later, though. It would seem these soldiers are our guides. This is quite a surprise. I thought these soldiers would be fairies, not humans. Oh yeah, most of Salisbury's soldiers are actually human. They might not hold a candle to fairies when it comes to sheer combat ability, but they have no problem with using weapons, and above all, the Moors don't pose any immediate threat to them. So yeah, human soldiers are basically the fairies' Moors countermeasure. Most of the clans treat them as disposable tools, but Aurora sees the value in human soldiers, even appointing the more talented ones to serve as her personal guards. Remember the ones we saw protecting the Great Cathedral? The fact that they were so strong is proof that Aurora's given those humans various rights. Artoria? Oh, I'm just a little nervous. I've never been around so many humans before. It doesn't make sense, does it? I mean, I'm obviously fine with you. Quiet. They've noticed us too. Hey, you there, the suspicious-looking ones. You the outsiders Coral told us about? I can't believe you actually showed up. Why now of all times? This is exactly the sort of pain in the ass I don't need. Oh well, if this is what Lady Aurora wants, then fine. Follow us, we'll show you the way to the ranch. Be warned, it's a 2-hour walk, so you'd better have everything ready before we get going, do you? Of course, thanks for doing this. Man, you guys are dressed in the weirdest clothes I've ever seen. Lady Aurora sure does love her novelties, doesn't she? Not very happy to see us, are they? They probably think of us as a bunch of annoying pests moving on their beloved Lady Aurora. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that they're helping us. We should be grateful to them for that. Come on, Gorgon. I'm afraid we won't be able to talk for a while, but at least that should help us make good time. Maybe. We're here. This is the West Human Ranch. Human Ranch. That's right, we used to live here too. Oh. We were assigned to a horrid fairy who robbed us of everything we had, down to our dignity, before throwing us away like so much trash. Us stray humans had nowhere to go until Lady Aurora took us in. We became soldiers so we could win the freedom Lady Aurora showed us was possible. We support overthrowing the Queen too. But we're nothing like the trendy rebel army who's counting on the so-called trial of prophecy to bail them out. Rebel army. I've heard them mentioned before. Does that mean there's an anti-Queen movement outside Salisbury too? Yep, the rebel army situated in the old castle ruins out east. They claim to want to free all of Britain, and they even have the gall to call themselves the Round Table. Still, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. They're led by a human who actually survived against Lancelot in a joust in Camelot. Morgan herself offered him a reward, saying that he'd proved himself equal to a Tam Lin. Let's see, I think his name was Percival. Percival the White Light, the man who reached the limits of human ability. Morgan was so impressed with him that she commanded him to join her forces in Camelot even though he's human. But instead he refused her command and formed the rebel army. Hey, that's enough. It's too dangerous to stay out here any longer. If anyone sees us here, Lady Aurora is the one who will pay the price. Let's just ditch these backwater fairies and head back to Salisbury already. I think that means you guys were only here to show us the way? And that sneaking into the ranch and looking for our companion is entirely our job? You're damn right it is. Hell, you should be thanking us just for taking you this far. The Wind Clan might be good at everything, but they don't have the right temperament for combat. If Morgan ever thinks they're rebelling against her, Lady Aurora is as good as dead along with all of Salisbury. Even knowing all that, Lady Aurora still asks us to help you. So you listen to me. Whatever you do, don't you dare mention Salisbury if you get caught. Got that? You'd better not bite the hand that fed you. Not if you have any pride at all in being human. You know, Percival name drop though? Let's go. Okay, let's discuss our next move. I just finished analyzing the ranch's interior structure. From what I can tell, there are 6 big factories in the middle of the complex and about 30 smaller ones. I didn't sense any heat sources in the big factories, so those are probably shut down now. But the small factories still have lots of heat signals. There seems to be about 60 humans inside. What do you think, Gorgon? If we scale the castle walls, we could probably sneak inside without the guards spotting us. Wow, you're really efficient. Efficient? Me? Oh no, I'm really not. It's just a little spell that lets you see inside a building by hitting the walls with a magical energy wave and seeing how things inside react to it. It's the most basic thievery spell Merlin taught me. He said I would definitely need it at some point, and it looks like he was right. It does take me back. Seems Merlin never changes no matter what world he's in. You still have your connection to match through your contract, Gorgon. Can you sense anything? If you can, that'd be the fastest and easiest way to find her. Maybe? I'm not sure. Then there are probably too many cross lines to say for sure. Honestly, I'm feeling the same thing. There are just way too many contracts going around Fairy Britain. Maybe whenever a fairy takes possession of a human, they form a bond that's similar to a servant contract. If I'm right about that, the only way we'll know whether Mash is here is if we see for ourselves. Tristan, do you think you can carry Gorgon or Tori up the castle wall? Oh, don't worry about me. I'll get up there with my roller skates. Of course, it would be the quietest and most graceful liar work you will ever see. Both of you over here, please. Then I'll lead the way. The western wall is the most lightly guarded right now, so let's go in from there. I don't see anyone else around. Artoria, I assume those larger factories you spoke of earlier are those complexes, and the small ones are those homes? That's right. Humans kept at ranches like these are shipped out with their creativity intact. So they should be confined in houses rather than pens. Just ignore the large factories, we won't find MASH there. It's not birthing season yet, so there shouldn't be anything inside them. Artoria, behind you! A surveillance familiar? It must have been disguised as a street lamp. Can't believe I messed up again. I'm sorry, everyone. But we need to take it out now before it calls in reinforcements. Too late! Oh, only 99 of them. That's all there is.
失礼、こちらの話です。ここが命の張りどころってね。はいよ。あくまで華麗に。
I can loop that many times.
私の名前を覚えていきな。てめえを超えるドラゴン。太陽を落とした女ってな。そらよ。ひょいひょいひょいっと。無駄ですよ。
Hold up.
しけた話はお断りさ。舐めてくれたね。こいつは高く。日向に火薬の匂い。あいよ、ここが命。あいよ、まだまだたんまりくらいな。
Interesting.
野郎ども、出番だよ。嵐の夜、ワイルドハントの始まりだ。まだまだたんまりくらいな。砲撃よーい。
Okay, so they won't swap in mid-combo, but... Well, this is fun. See how many I can slaughter.
いいじゃないか。かかってき、満足させておくれよ。完全敗北よろしくて。任せな。ここが命の張りどころってね。ご用件は？そらよ。野郎ども、出番だよ。嵐の夜、ワイルドハントの始まりだ。目障りですね。
Damn, almost.
愛らしいウサギに狩られる気分はどうですか？盗作的で癖になるでしょう。
That was fun seeing how many of them I can kill. Oh, I forgot to do my battle thing. Damn it. I'll try to remember for this one. Yeah, they just keep coming. There must be a fairy close by making more of them or something. Can you find them, Gorgon? I do it myself, but I've got my hands full with these familiars. I'm on it. There's the bitch! You're correct. There's no sound at all coming from there. I suppose they think they've hidden themselves perfectly. But nothing can stand between my symphony and my enemy. How do you like your midsection cut into quarters? Ew, what are you people? Whatever you just did was neither human nor fairy. You're obviously not Moors, and you're not with the Round Table Army. Are you the child of prophecy, then? Ha! This is great! Things are finally going my way. I am Knight Grant, no mere child of prophecy's magecraft could ever hope to match our High Queen. High Queen Morgan herself bestowed this armor upon me. It will take more than a few swings of a sword to shatter it. Huh? Who's that in there? Whoever they are, they're no ordinary fairy. Please be careful, everyone. I'm guessing this is one of the Tamlin we heard about. Is it, though?
女神モード降臨たっぷり性能を披露するといたしましょう
Alright, here's the bit. I'm up here now.
しけた話はお断りさ満足させておくれよ
はち切れそうでしょ
Yeah, I did a quick little bit of Photoshop work before starting stream tonight. It's like, well, I got the stream set up actually way faster than I thought, so had a little bit of spare time.
ここが命の張りどころってね
いいでしょう
はいよ野郎ども
The only problem is I persist through NPs and shit.
嵐のようワイルドハン
But who cares? Fuck you, Grant!
「しけた話はお断りさ」
好き放題扱ってあげましょう日向の匂い火薬の匂い
舐めてくれたねこいつは高くつくよここが命のいいね任せな私の名前を覚えていきなそれを超えるドラゴン太陽を落とした女ってなまだまだたんまり嫌いなそうだよ倍返しさ
Oh no! Not MP loss. Drat.
しけた話はお断りさ
好き放題扱ってあげましょう
Eh.
ここが命の張りどころってね任せな野郎ども出番だよ嵐の夜ワイルドハントの始まりだ
国家二重
そうだよ
メガレスマスター怒らないから白状なさいよそに
Cool. Oh shit, it's my life. Oh, just one left. That's cool then. Virgil? Where'd Virgil come from? I can't believe it. A knight of Camelot, falling to such insignificant whelps. Blech. He's not moving anymore. I did it! I really won! That Tamlin was super duper strong, but I still managed to beat him. And I couldn't have done it without all of you. I'm afraid that was almost certainly just an ordinary night. For one thing, there was no Grant among the Knights of the Round Table. And for another, look over there. Oh crap, 3 more knights, each with the same incredible magical energy as the last one. And we were just barely a match for him alone. There's no way we could take on 3. Come on, Gorgon, let's get out of here for now. But... There, we're through the gates. Squad 1 and 3 will take out Morgan's soldiers at the front. Squad 2, take control of the factories. Get our comrades out before they're disposed of. Reinforcements from the castle gates? Damn it, so the Child of Prophecy was just a decoy. First, we need to take back the gates, and be careful. These soldiers are from the Londinium rebel army. Da Vinci? How's it going, Oxy? Don't underestimate them. Some of them are armed with iron weapons laced with Morse poison. Well now, I wasn't expecting reinforcements. That must be the rebel army we learned about earlier. Individually, they might not be as strong as fairies, but quantity is a quality all its own. At this point, it's only a matter of time until they defeat those 3 fairy knights. So it would seem. Man, that was too close for comfort. Still, once the rebels are done with the fairies, we can't be sure they won't turn their swords on us. Come on, Gorgon, let's go look for Mash while everyone's occupied. We should save making contact with the rebel army for after that. Can you show us where to go, Arturia? Right, of course, don't worry, I'm a great lockpicker. And besides, Da Vinci's right, we can't be sure the rebel army will see us as allies. So let's find Mash and get out of here before anyone else sees us. Doing alright, how's the gameplay? Hasn't been much of it. It's been a shit ton of reading. But it's good reads, so... You know. A saber, huh? Well, damn. Should have figured the locks on the Queen's own facilities would be really tough nuts to crack. True, the Round Table Army did manage to open the other 29 houses in the time it took us to open one. I can't even claim credit for this one since the Round Table Army ended up opening it too. Now, cheer up, Arturia. I mean, as a tech genius myself, I definitely get how you feel. But the important thing is that all the humans being kept in these houses were freed. It's too bad we didn't find Mash, but that doesn't mean this was all a waste. At least now we know she wasn't captured, and really, isn't that way better? Yeah, you're right, wherever Mash is, I'm sure she's okay. Okay, everyone, this way, please. Don't worry, we have plenty of food and jackets to go around. We'll be on our way as soon as we've gotten everyone's names and checked you all in for injuries. Also, if anyone knows about any other humans being kept here, please let us know. I can't believe it. It's an army of humans. An army of humans defeated the Queen's soldiers. And the rumors of the Round Table Army were true. We don't have to do what they say anymore. We can go outside now? Really? But the knight said that the outside was so dangerous that humans would die instantly, and that we should stay here and study until we grow up. 2 years. 2 years since I last got to go outside. Have to hurry back to Gloucester. I was pronouncing that properly earlier, and I just lost it. I can't. I can't with these fucking British names, man. I got separated from someone there. Someone I care about deeply. That poor child, I only hope she was able to get by without me. British? I must say, I'm very impressed by this Round Table Army's leadership. They even took the knights they defeated into custody, sparing their lives instead of killing them. They are a properly disciplined army, not a lawless mob of killers. So it was Percival, the strongest of all human knights, who formed the Round Table Army. How this gladdens me. While I'm sure he isn't the same Sir Percival I knew, this one is certainly doing his namesake proud. Oh, it's you guys. Thanks for your assistance earlier. It was a big help. We've been investigating this branch closely for the past few months, so we knew that security would be lightest today. But we definitely didn't know we wouldn't be the only ones making a move. I was especially surprised to see just the 4 of you manage to take out one of Morgan's knights. We were prepared to lose up to 20% of our soldiers, but thanks to you guys, we got off with no more than a handful of casualties. So which city's rebel army are you from? I don't think I've seen you around the south before. Are you from the north then? I'd hear there was some trouble up in Sheffield. Maybe that's where you're from? Artoria? I'm sorry. Are you people really... Huh? Oh, I see. I forgot that we're still the only ones who don't distinguish between fairies and humans in our head counts. Sorry if I offended you when I counted all 4 of you the same. Oh no, that's quite alright. Is everyone in the Round Table Army like you? I don't know about that. We all have our own goals and our own way of thinking. But one thing we all have in common is our faith in our commander. We all agree that Percival's ideals are worth fighting for. He's always talking about how the Child of Prophecy will appear one day and how he wants to assemble as many like-minded allies as he can in the meantime. He says that way when the Child of Prophecy finally does appear, there'll be a firm anti-Queen foundation in place to help take some of the heavy burden off their shoulders. But enough yammering from me. It looks like they're done with roll call, so we're going to start escorting these people to Londonium. Londinium? There's no O there, idiot. Want to come with us? We're always looking for more strong warriors like yourselves. We would, but there's something else we have to do first. That's right, we really appreciate the invitation, but we're actually trying to find a missing person right now. Gotcha. Well, that's too bad, but I understand. You all take care then. Hope you're able to find this missing person of yours soon. I guess that's that then, but you made the right call, Gorgon. Honestly, I'm impressed you were able to turn him down. I could tell Artoria wasn't too keen on it, so... Well, I would like to learn more about this Round Table Army. Finding Mash absolutely comes first. It's just not the right time to join forces with them yet. Exactly, I knew one of the original Knights of the Round Table would understand. You're a real gentleman's gentleman. Well, I am Tristan, Child of Sadness, not a knight who lives and dies in chivalry alone. That said, if Sir Bedivere were here too, I may have been forced to make a difficult decision. Gorgon, get back! Whoa! That was almost me! Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, it's the doggo. The doggo here. So you attacked when security was at its lightest, huh? Devious of you, I'll give you that. But it won't win you the day, and that's exactly the pathetic sort of conviction I expect from humans. You thieves are going to scuttle around the shadows. You can't complain if you end up crushed under someone's boot. What's going on with this magical energy signal? Something. That fire just took out most of the Round Table army. Fucking rip. Squad 2, Squad 3, are you alright? Damn it, how many soldiers did we just lose? Are we the only ones who survived? That wall of flame, it can't be. So few yet live. That flame would have consumed you all if we had been in an open field. But this ranch belongs to High Queen Morgan herself. I can't raise it to the ground. So I'll crush the rest of you with my own horns. Go on, human, try to fight back. Show me you're truly brave and I'll be merciful. Show me you're cowards and you'll have nothing from me. This can't be happening. What is she doing here? That great sword wreathed in black flame. Silver white armor, fairy-eating black dogs. It's Tamlin Gawain! Why is the Queen's right-hand woman here? You. Shut up. Oh, ouch. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Wait, Summer Suzuka and Castoria? Holy fuck. What? Oh, that's huge. Yeah, and JP, obviously. Suzuka, finally! Dude, it's the, telling you, man, it's the CE, like, thing, right? She got a summer CE, and now she's got a summer alt. And there we go. The correlation's there. Alright, anyway, back to Doggo. If you refuse to take up your swords, then you aren't worthy to cross horns with me. We've captured all the escaped humans, Lady Gawain. We'll soon have the rest of these thieves captured as well. It'll be easy. We have 3 fairies for every human. No need for that. They're my quarry. I'll handle this myself. Mommy. I felt that same power from Gawain in the Holy City. You too, huh? I thought you'd be different from the other humans, but it seems I was wrong. You're just like any other livestock in Fairy Britain. Gristly meat like yours won't even make a decent snack. Don't bother telling me who you are. I couldn't care less. The High Queen's told me all about you, boy. You must be the master from proper human history. Oh, spare me the surprise. The High Queen has told the Tamlin about the outside world you call proper human history. She also commanded us to capture you alive if the opportunity presented itself. Capture you, huh? How unlike her. Listen well, you shameless intruders. You uppity primates have a lot of nerve barging into Fairy Britain like you own it. Tell me, in your world, it's considered courteous to welcome visitors from afar, right? Very well then, take up your swords and I'll give you all the welcome you want. I'm Gawain, Knight of the Fairy Round Table, sworn to protect Britain. Uh-oh, what'd I do? I accidentally skipped it. Look! We fighting.
Just gonna...
Just gonna call in the big guns here. Who's ready to throw puppies? We're gonna throw a dog right now. Although I'm very convinced I'm gonna do like jack shit for damage. still want to try though. That's just how I be.
イノベーション始めます。お参りしていきます。そのように。失礼放題こちらの話してあげましょう。吉中さん。静まる。ご加盟のままにお任せください。さようですか。
召喚で御菩薩、私に力を、朝日の輝きを。
I did more than I thought I was going to be fair.
せい。
I was convinced I was gonna do like 12.
着陸強食。
Hey, what?
覚悟するだけ無駄ですよ。マスター、怒らない。
What the? Can't just do that.
完全敗北よろしくて。吉中さん。
Get that target focus off me.
まあ大胆。さあ、お任せください。
目障りですね。はっ。この剣にかけて。
Oi, stop it! Stop giving me the suck!
ご加盟のはい。
召喚で御菩薩、私に力を、朝日の輝きを。御ハロリキャットだ。せい。燃えろ。私に従え。
I've been sucked dry. Send help.
この恨み忘れま。
Fuck you, you don't get to do anything.
静まる。本気など出さんが。はい、お任せください。いたぶってる。はっ。 本気など出さんが。
Why not?
はあ、お任せ。
ほれほれ。はあ。はっ。私の好みではない。逃げるな。
Wait, I thought it was gonna be over once he fired her MP off. Uh-oh. Do I have to break her bar? Probably do. Well, that's no good.
吉中さん。静まる。お任せく。さようですか。せい。燃えろ。逃げるな。私の。
副作用などないはずだ。
しだかさ。ご加盟のままに。
ただの職種よく聞くぞ。
召喚ゼオン菩薩、私に力を、朝日の輝きを、オンパロリキャスター。
少し痛いぞ。動くな。こういう感じ。
He just flat out one shot him.
根絶すべきだ。
This is why Tomoe goated, though, for real. One of the best 4-stars, like, she just proves herself time and time again. No, not yet. I can't give up yet. Fuck. Guardian down. Stay with me, Gorgon. Oh no, he's seriously drained. I don't know how she's doing it, but that Tamlin is somehow eating his command spells. I've never felt feedback quite like this before. Still completely pathetic, but there's something more to it. You there, that look. It's not fear or despair. Is that hatred? Good, you figured out that much at least. It's been a while, hasn't it? I could have gone my entire life without seeing you again and been happy. Oh well. You know her, Artoria? I don't know you. I don't remember ever seeing a pipsqueak like you before. Are you some weed I stepped on or something? Either way, don't talk to me again until you've grown more. It's a literal pain in the neck looking down to talk to you. Not that a runt like you is likely to do much growing. Why, you? But enough talk. You intruders will get no mercy from me. I have no more time to waste on you. Die now, humans and servants alike. A bowstring? Indeed. A bewitched, unbreakable bowstring I could wield however I wish, to be more specific. You'll never be able to get past it, no matter how strong you are. So it would seem. Is this one of the Wing Clan's threads? I'm surprised there were still left. Or still any left. But so what? You don't actually think you could defeat me with this, do you? Defeat you? No. Detain you? Yes. Da Vinci, Artoria, take Gorgon and get him out of this town. I'll hold Gawain here and assure she doesn't come after you. You got it. Honestly, it's not gonna be easy, but I'll make sure he makes it out of here no matter what. Come on, Gorgon. I'll carry you on my mechanical arms. Stand up, Artoria. I'd carry you too if I could, but I'm afraid I just can't. Huh? But what about you, Tristan? Don't worry about me. It would seem this is where I die. Huh? You're not serious, right? You can't just throw your life away like that. Besides, you're too injured to... It's alright. Besides, this isn't the first time I've faced down Sir Gawain like this. Besides, I've already thought of a trump card I could use against her. If it all works out, I should be able to catch up to you soon enough. That said, I'm afraid I can't use it with all of you here. Go, my king. Please hurry. You are still at the beginning of your journey. Okay, I'm ready. Come on, follow me. If you can't keep up, I'm going to leave you behind. You get that, right? Let me guess. You've decided to sacrifice yourself to let your companions escape. Oh, come now. That should have gone without saying. You really are Sir Gawain. Your body is strong and hard as a rock, but then so is your head. Tell me something. Are all servants like you? Ones who are willing to throw their lives away for their master because they neither fear death nor know what it is to truly live? I don't know that I'd put it that way. Even servants hope to avoid death. In fact, I'd say we fear death even more than we did when we were alive. For we heroic spirits know all too well how miraculous it is to be summoned. We know that this opportunity will never come again. We know how rare it is to be granted dreams even after death. Most of all, we know what dying feels like. We know how painful, how bitter, how sad it could be. You may think that you can bear it because we've experienced it before, but you would be wrong. Death is something living things can only bear once. Suffer the pain of my own death over and over, or to make others grieve my passing several times, is simply more than I could take. If I may confide, I'm hoping you'll let me escape with my life. Whether you live or die here is entirely up to you. The only one I mean to kill is your master. If you're willing to stand down, I'm willing to let you go. It would be a shame to waste this impressive technique of yours. Even if your master were dead, you could still live a good life here in Fairy Britain. No, Tamlin Gawain, I could not. That is why I'm going to stop you. It is the least I can do to repay the debt I owe to the one who trusted in my knighthood, even when I was fighting against him in a moment of weakness. I know nothing of your life or circumstances, and I confess I don't care a whit about your idea of justice. My only interest is in using this life of mine for the one I love, no matter what it takes. Bury the lie! Tied down my whole body up with string? When did you do that? But so what? If you think a mere human can hold me down, you're... Yeah, what is this? How is this even possible? How'd you put these strings all over town without any magical energy? I never even saw you move your hands. Indeed, these restraints rely on weight, not strength. The mass of this very town, this culmination of human technology, is what holds you in place. Thanks to our earlier battle, I know very well how strong you are, and I know you cannot break these restraints with brute force alone. I may no longer have the fingers on my right hand, but I still have my mouth. Now, otherworldly knight, prepare to face the full force of my airstrike. What? You say it's lowly human technology that holds me in place? That does it. You deserve to die a miserable death after all, servant. I'm going to dash any hopes you had of this pathetic trick working.
Ha! 超えても無駄だ。痛みを訴え、嘆き悲しみ。
話にならんな。真の姿を見せてやる。反人類史、何する者ぞ。外傷軟弱凶暴なり、我が剣の死にもならず。
Are you hurt, Lady Gawain? And what are we going to do about the ranch? Don't worry about it. I'll take full responsibility when reporting to Her Majesty. Now, gather all our fastest runners and go after that human and servants who managed to escape. You should be able to catch up to them much quicker than me right now. I'll join afterward. Don't worry. I'm not just saying it like that idiot knight did a moment ago. Once you catch up, surround and restrain them, but don't kill them until I get there. Yes, Lady Gawain, consider it done. That hurt more than I expected. My whole body is still a little numb. Should have asked the man's name. He deserved that much before I killed him. Hold on. What was that whinny? What was that sound? Sorry, I'll explain later. Right now, we need to get away from the fairies chasing us. Can you stand? Can you run? Okay, I'm gonna put you down now. Then, now run for it. Yeah. How can Earth Clan fairies be so fast? They're almost on us, Da Vinci. Damn it, and after Tristan managed to buy us some time. Well, what can we do? There's nowhere to hide out. Huh? What's that sound? Oh good, I made it. I heard you guys were in trouble, so I figured, hey, Fairy King Oberon to the rescue. You guys know what carriages are, right? Great, then get in. I'll catch you all up later. Huh? A carriage? As in a carriage? The kind of like clan heads are allowed to use? Bruh, what are you doing? That's right, tools that exploit animals are prohibited by British law. But there are some fairies out there who voluntarily provide such labor themselves. My name's Red Rabbit, the Fey Horse. Of course it is. A Fang Clan fairy who's always been fascinated with carriage culture. I usually serve Lady Aurora, but just this once I agreed to serve Lord Oberon as well, Snort. Something tells me that this is fate at work, so why not sit back and see how great a carriage ride can be, Snort? Look at my carriage is amazing. Red Rabbit, yeah, very subtle. There's a whole lot I'd like to comment on here, but for now I'll just say great timing, Oberon. Come on guys, get on, these soldiers will never catch us now. Clever of them. Do you know who that carriage belongs to? No, my lady. One of our soldiers used to build carriages, but he said he didn't recognize the design. He thinks one of the clans must have made it without the High Queen's permission. I'm so sorry we couldn't be of more help. No matter. Call the soldiers back. We're returning to Camelot. Are you sure, my lady? I don't have time to go around chasing after rats. No, scratch that. They're not even rats. Britain is the High Queen's garden, and no garden is entirely free of pests. I just let my temper get the better of me this time. Next time we meet, I'll grind them beneath my boot. Assuming I ever do meet them again, of course. We have someone much better at squashing bugs in any case. Oh, you mean Fair Lancelot, the strongest Tamlin in all of Britain. She'll crush those bugs in no time, no matter where they try to hide. Are you talking about Lady Lancelot in front of Lady Gawain, you idiot? Have you got a death wish? But forgive me, Lady Gawain, I meant no disrespect. You are, of course, the strongest of the Tamlin. It's alright, you're correct. She is the strongest. But watch your tongue next time. She's not the strongest of the Tamlin. She's the strongest creature in all of Fairy Britain. She isn't even in the same category as us. Do remember that. Yes, my lady, I'll never forget it again. Good, now bring the captured humans here so I can deal with them before we leave. Please wait, we got it all wrong, this wasn't our fault. Those soldiers opened up our doors without asking. I told them we didn't want to go. Please don't kill me. I'll never hope for freedom again. I still have 10 years left, doesn't that make me a valuable slave? Please just spare my... Ah! Know your place, dog. Any human who so much as thinks about running away is worthless, even as a slave. This new form suits you much better. By the time I'm done breaking you in, maybe you'll be ready to rejoin your fellow human slaves.
Damn.
So it's like that, huh? That's actually where I'm gonna call it for tonight, though, because yeah, I gotta get up in the morning. But I might be back with this tomorrow. And by might, I mean almost definitely at some point tomorrow I'm gonna be back with this. This was fun. But until then, gamers, Thanks for coming by and hanging out. And until next time, this has been Sid Gorgon, your favorite mercenary for hire, signing off. Bye-bye.